She won't talk. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. We are really sorry for the delay, but we're facing some technical difficulties, but we are very happy we are all here together after all, and we can start our new exciting day. I hope you managed to get some rest after yesterday, long, busy, and exciting day, and you are ready for the new dose of interesting activities we have prepared for you today. So today's opening session, I would like to introduce you to the global health activist and my dear friend Saad. Saad is a final year Moroccan student, medical student. He is international trainer and also a TEDx speaker. He held the position of liaison officer to student organizations in IFMSA. He also led the COVID-19 campaign by IFMSA in collaboration with WHO, UNESCO, and other youth organizations. He is a UNESCO youth researcher on COVID-19 and youth, and WHO TB Young Leader. He led multiple campaigns on mental health, infectious diseases, antimicrobial resistance, organ and blood donations, and youth empowerment. And therefore, we are really grateful that he decided to dedicate his time today to talk to us about meaningful youth participation and generation change, referring to the theme of our symposium and recent events that are happening worldwide. Thank you so much, and into you, Saad.
Thank you very much, Anya, and yeah, great to see everyone again. You know, last year I've been there in Morocco with you all in the General Assembly, and it's great again to be with you all. So hopefully we can have an interactive and engaging session. When Luren talked to me about the theme, I was really interested, you know, generation change and how we as young people, we can do some change and make things happen. So it's really great to be able to discuss that. I'll just try to open the chat so that I can keep an eye on whatever you people are saying, because I'll be asking you all to kind of, you know, share with me your reflections and then kind of interact during the sessions. So we will be trying to do that, or someone can help me from the organizers for the chat if I don't manage to. So I'll be sharing my screen again, and then hopefully you can see the slides. And yeah, here we go. So the idea from this is, you know, talking a little bit about youth engagement and how we as young people, we can take an active role in society. So my first question to you is, what does this youth engagement mean for you? So you can share with me an example, or you can, you know, share a story, or maybe not a definition, but for you, when you hear that word like youth engagement, youth participation, youth involvement, what comes to your mind? So do share in the chat, and yeah, maybe I can ask Anya or someone to read the chat for me, as I can't see it, but yeah, we'll try to keep it interactive. So yeah, let's see how it goes. Do we have any comments?
Not yet. Oh. From IVSA Germany, we have meaningful engagement between youths from various communities.
Okay, thanks for sharing. So kind of being involved in the community and as well as with other young people. That's interesting. Thanks for sharing. Anyone else?
We have young people dedicating time and energy to make the world hopefully a little bit better from friends. From Switzerland, an opportunity to make an impact, a young people coming together, an important cause.
Lovely, lovely. I love that. I love that. Thanks everyone for sharing. And indeed, youth engagement is simply you as young people, you know, making some time and energy to really change things, to improve things, to solve problems and everything. So that's really the idea of it. And now I want to show you some pictures, and you can share in the chat the name of the person and what they are doing, or what are they known for. So for example, this first picture, you can share in the chat the name of the person and what is she known for. Is she a president? Is she, I don't know, an advocate? About what? So yeah, let's see. Any comments?
Everybody guessed the name. It's Malala Yousafzai, and there are no votes yet. She fought for women education rights, She's a women's rights advocate, Nobel Prize winner.
Perfect. Yeah, indeed, that's Malala, and she was, a Pakistani youth advocate who got a Nobel Prize and working on female empowerment and education nationally and internationally. Next.
So our delegate guest, that is Emma Watson, just waiting for some comments about her. She's an actor who is also an advocate for women's rights.
Indeed, yeah, she's working with the UN and she launched the He for She campaign for women's empowerment and equality. So next. Let's see who guesses first.
So that's Greta Thunberg, advocate on climate change.
Perfect. And finally, this US girl. I don't know if people know it, but let's see how it goes. Any guesses?
Nothing for now.
Yeah, it's not as famous as the others, but still, she's also a youth advocate. Her name is Emma Gonzalez from the US, Florida. She's fighting for gun control policies, as she have witnessed gunfire in her high school. So yeah, she's also advocating for that. So my question now, thanks all for sharing and for your interaction. What is special about those young people? Like, they're famous, they're doing stuff, but what's really special about them when you see them? What comes to your mind? What's really, so attractive and so interesting about, those people when you compare them to, I don't know, any other random person? So what do you think?
They're all very passionate.
Passion.
They are trying to make a change.
Perfect.
Commitment towards the cause. They have courage.
Indeed.
And they are passionate about creating positive change. And they weren't happy with something. They decided to do something about it. And they are all human rights activists.
Exactly. Yeah. You mentioned the main points, which is about passion, which is about courage and having the audacity and the courage to, seeing a problem and stepping up to try and act about it or do anything about it. And, the first component that comes to mind is the cause. All of those people have a cause and have a specific cause that they are advocating for. And for me, this is the key component for any young person. If you want to be a change maker, if you want to be an advocate, if you want to make something happen, is to find your cause and then believe in it and have your passion to work and, make change about it and have the courage to talk about it publicly and to face all the challenges. So finding your cause is the main key for me. For you to be a youth advocate. It can be tricky, but it can be something that you have witnessed in your studies or in your field work. It can be something that you have seen in your society or that reports talk about in your country or anything. It can be something local, something as simple as a component that needs to be added in your university curriculum. That's a cause that you can work for and advocate for. It can be any really cause that comes to your mind. But what's important is to believe in it, be passionate, and have the courage and the audacity to work on it. So maybe talking a little bit about the cause and how to find your problems and problem analysis. For me, that's the first step that you should, focus on. Once you are able to find your problem, you can use a tool that's called the problem tree. And the idea from this tool is to take your cause or your problem and then analyze it so that you can know how to approach it in an optimal way. And here you can see that we have the focal problem here, which is in the center of the tree, which is, the main root or main branch of the tree. And then let's say, for example, absence of vaccination of animals, let's say, or for example, problem of use of, let's say, antibiotics as growth promoters for animals, or so on or so on. So that's your focus, and that's your problem or issue that you want to work on. So you try to analyze the causes of the problem. So why do, for example, farmers use antibiotics as growth promoters? Maybe they are cheap, maybe because they are poor and cannot afford other options, maybe because they want faster results and easier results and gain more money, and so on and so on. So you try to come up with different causes, and this will help you, when you want to approach the problem, to start from the root causes. If you want to, for example, tackle this issue, you would go and solve the poverty problem, or try to afford less expensive substitutes, for example. So this is the idea. And then you try to also analyze the effects of the problem, right? So what are the effects, for example, of, let's say, this issue? For example, this can cause antibiotic resistance on the long term, or for example, this can cause, I don't know, death of multiple species, or increase of infections for animals, and so on and so on and so on. So these you can keep an eye on when it comes to later on working on your project and working on evaluating your project or your action, and you see if those do decrease or not, because that's your goal, right? Like, you analyze the consequences of the problem, and you try to see if your action did have an impact on reducing or solving these or not. So that's the idea. That's the first thing you can start with, and you can start with even now with your team, personally, whatever, and try to analyze whatever specific problem you want to work on. Once you have done that, you have your problem, you have your causes, you have your problem tree, then you can move on to the next step for your youth advocacy journey, and that is stakeholder analysis. And some of you may be familiar with this grid. We call it the stakeholder grid, and the idea is that you cannot do stuff on your own. If you are working on something, there are a lot of people who are related to that. There are a lot of people who can be affected by that. So you must make sure to identify all the stakeholders, all the actors, all the people or the organizations that have a relation with this topic, and then try to know their position when it comes to the issue, so that you can know how to deal with each person. For example, you want to, for example, employ or introduce digital use for vet students or for veterinarians in medical curriculum. So that's something that you believe it's important, and it has a capacity to improve the work of you as students or veterinarians. So you want to introduce it in the curriculum. So stakeholders that can be involved can be professors, can be, for example, the university. It can be, for example, the ministry, because they have a relation with the education system, with the practice system as well. So making laws to allow this to happen, and so on and so on. It can be, for example, technology company and devices company. So those also have a relation with the topic that you're mentioning or talking about. Students also can be a powerful stakeholder, because those will be the ones who will be concerned by this. So you see, you try to list all the people that are related to this, and try to put them in this grid. And this grid focuses on the level of interest and level of power of those people, in the sense of, for example, you can have students, right, as a stakeholder. They will be very, very interested to learn about, for example, technology use as veterinarians, and how can it can make their life and practice easier. So they will be very interested. And then level of power. What's really the level of power of this stakeholder to make my work succeed or fail? So as students, really, if you don't have students, you cannot make things happen. So for me, they will be very powerful actor. For example, when it comes to, let's say, the ministry, they will be having a good power, like they can allow the laws and the policies to make this happen in your country. But again, maybe they're not really interested about this. They have better or more important stuff in their minds. So they may be falling here, right? And it goes on. So you can do this little exercise. And what you should keep in mind is that those people who are very interested and very powerful, you must try to keep in touch with them closely, like, you know, always be in touch. Like, for example, if it's the university in this case, always keep in touch, consult with, ask questions, share information, so that, you know, you are working on this together, because it's really important to keep them with you. For people that don't have much interest, like, let's say, for example, the ministry in that case, but they have power, right? So you must keep them satisfied, show them the positive things, the impacts, the results, and so on and so on. And, you know, the aim here is to increase their interest. So you must keep them satisfied so that they can get interested in your work, and so they can help you and support you. For people who are interested, but they're not too powerful, what you can do is keep them informed, right? They're interested, they want to know what's going on. If they can help, they will help. So you keep them informed, and if somehow they manage to get more powerful, they can help you and assist you in that. There are some people or some actors that are not really interested in what you do, and they don't have a power. So those people, we just monitor, we just keep an eye on them. We see if they become more powerful or they become more interested. You know, they're not very helpful. So, you know, that's the idea. And here I put 1, 2, 3, 4. And for example, I want to give you now a situation where, let's say you want to work or advocate on rabies vaccination. Let's say you're in a country where you have a high level of rabies in dogs, for example. I'm not a vet expert, so I'm sorry if I make any mistakes, but, you know, and then you want to do a rabies vaccination campaign in remote areas, right? So I'll say some kind of stakeholders, and you try to text in the chat 1, 2, 3, 4, like where you see those stakeholders there. So we're talking about rabies, we're talking about dogs. So first stakeholder that comes to mind is farmers. So where would you put farmers? From 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's see. And Annie can help me monitor in the chat. You can take a few seconds to think about it.
I see number 4 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
Again, 4. Our delegates have different opinions on it.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, that's the thing with stakeholders. There is no fixed issue, to be honest. Like farmers, for example, in Morocco, they can be not interested at all in this, but in some countries they can be aware and very interested. So again, you should always exercise this in your local settings so that you can really have an idea. And I guess, yeah, it's around here, like in the sense of their interest can be high if they witness the issue, they see the problems, and they see themselves affected by the problems, and they, for example, have a certain level of power, because I mean, they're not the ones that gonna let you access the dogs. They are, for example, if we're talking about stray dogs, right? So if there are stray dogs, they don't have power on that. But if it's like farm dogs and they are the owners, then their power level can increase, right? So for example, we're talking about the ministry who provides vaccine, or the vaccine provider in your country. So what would be the number in that case?
We have 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Yeah, perfect. Indeed, those people, you know, they have a power to or influence over your activity. If they don't provide you with vaccines and support, you cannot make things happen, right? And then again, their level of interest would differ according to, you know, the situation in each country, and so on and so on. So yeah, indeed. So you get the idea basically when it comes to stakeholder analysis. But just keep in mind that, you know, once you analyze, you identify your problem, then you go on analyzing all the people that have relation with your problem. So you know who to contact, you know who to collaborate with, you know who to, you know, keep an eye on, and so on. After that comes the activity planning phase. And of course, that's a whole session on itself. And I will just quickly try to describe or list all the things that you should do. And I shared a link with Lauren about a useful manual that I have worked on or contributed to making with IFMSA at the time. Maybe if you can even share it here in the chat or later on. So the idea is how these are some tools that can help you perfect your work or your activity as a young advocate. So first, you start with making your goals and objectives, right? What are the goals that you want to reach by this activity? Like by the end of this activity, after 3 months, I want to have, let's say, 1,000 dogs vaccinated, or I want to have 100 farmers aware about the appropriate use of antibiotics for animals and so on and so on. So you set your objectives, then you make a timeline. Of course, a timeline is a must. So a timeline in the sense of, okay, I want this to go on for 6 months. So in 1 month, I'll be doing this, I'll be doing that, so that you can have really a good follow-up when it comes to what have been done and not. The needed resources, that's a must, right? So you should be identifying the human resources that you need. Maybe I need trainers, maybe I should need tech support people, maybe I need people who are good with vaccination, or I need and so on and so on, maybe. And then the technical resources, such as maybe transportation to those remote areas, maybe flyers and tools to use in education, maybe vaccine materials and so on and so on. And then you move to risk assessment. And risk assessment, that's, you know, a bit of advanced tool that you can use to maybe avoid any risk that could happen. For example, there is a risk of raining in maybe winter season. So I would avoid to plan an activity in winter season and would prefer maybe to do it in spring or summer, or maybe do the vaccination activity in somewhere where it's covered. So even if it rains, I can, you know, don't miss with my activity and so on and so on. So that's also a tool that you can use. And then the SWOT analysis, that's another advanced tool which mainly describes what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, you know, that can affect your activity. You can also read about that. And what's important for me here is the methodology, and I'll be detailing on that very, very shortly. And also finally, the evaluation. So the evaluation is that, you know, we tend to do that. I did that myself when I was, you know, just starting my youth engagement work. You do the activity, you do, for example, you go to high schools and you educate them how to behave with pets and optimal relations with animals, and then you don't do an evaluation. Okay, I've reached 100 people, they were all satisfied, that's good, but you didn't evaluate if they really learned, if, you know, your activity really had an impact. So evaluation indeed can have a role. So those are, you know, briefly activity planning tools that you can read about, that you can, you know about and apply. And now talking about the methodology, what I would like to ask you is, you have a problem, you have a cause that you want to work on. So what can you do, or what's kind of different kind of methods that you can do about it? So let's say, for example, I don't know, again, like use of antibiotics as growth promoters, or let's say, for example, like in your studies, you don't get to really go to the field a lot, or maybe in wild animals, there is malpractice or something. So what kind of actions, or what kind of actions can you do to really solve those problems? So what comes to your mind? Like, you are a youth activist, you want to solve a problem, what can you do about it? So let's see in the chat what ideas come to your mind.
Clearly define the issue first.
Mm-hmm.
Any other ideas, guys? And then greater information.
Okay. So the idea here is to find what kind of actions you can do to solve a problem. So yeah, what do you think?
Depending on the issue, greater more people who face the same problems and want to do something about it. Stakeholder analysis as well.
Okay. So you talked about doing something about it. What is that thing? So what would you do about it?
I guess you're asking about specific project, right? Specific idea.
Yeah, exactly. That's the idea.
We need a better approach for sure, being considered part of the solution.
Okay.
Maybe simply advocacy. Some comment from my side, coming to the community, raising awareness about important problems. We have in the chat also reach the government. That's a specific idea. Thank you, Melissa. Discussion, raise awareness again.
Awareness, I love that. Yeah, those are some specific examples of stuff that you can do as young people. And yeah, let's say to kind of try. I mean, this is not a comprehensive list, of course, but you know, it kind of includes the big categories of stuff that we can do as young people to solve a problem. So starting with awareness raising, right? And usually most health problems are really community problems. It needs education, it needs awareness. People, you know, should really take a role. It's not only about curing, it's about preventing. So educating people, showing them how to behave so that we can avoid those problems. I mean, it will kind of decrease the level of patients and the level of diseases. So maybe less earnings for us as practitioners, but it's good for the common cause. So awareness raising, meaning that you would go there to the community and you would educate them about best practices, about bad practices. You will improve their knowledge. For example, I give the example of tobacco use. So awareness raising is the main tool here that you can use to avoid this. And for you people, you can target farmers, you can target pet owners, you can target, you know, different populations or target groups that have relation with animals, wide market, for example, users or sellers, and so on and so on. So those kind of populations, you go there, you educate them. This is how to, you know, avoid stuff. This is what you can do. This and this and this. So awareness raising, and you can do that online, offline, on site. Go to people. You can have, you know, experts helping you. You can do that yourself. So a lot of stuff that can be done on that. And people do give fundings for raising awareness and education programs. Next is capacity building. And capacity building, it's, you know, there is raising awareness, which is education, and then there is capacity building, which is kind of a higher level of raising awareness, in the sense of you are giving them not only an information, but a skill that you are helping them to learn. Capacity building, it can be for practitioners themselves, like for students, how you can use digital tools, for example, in your practice, how you can maybe use interprofessional collaboration, collaborate with other practitioners. So that's a skill you are giving them. Or you can go to the target groups themselves, like how you, as a farmer, you can better optimize your antibiotic use for animals. So that's a skill you are teaching them. And usually it's more intense, right? If you're doing raising awareness, that would take 1 or 3 hours, but capacity building maybe will take half a day, or so on or so on. So that's the difference. And it really creates a deep impact and a real change for the target group. Next is field action. Field action, and the difference here is that you go to the field and you do some action, right? So for example, if you were talking about vaccination, that's an action. You go there, you have a problem, so you collect the animals and then you vaccinate them. So that is indeed an action that creates change. If, for example, we have students or kids in remote areas that are not able to study because they don't have a school, you go there and you build a school, and that's an action that creates change. So, you know, field actions can really, you know, create change in a simple and direct way. All you need is resources, which is really important, human resources to help you do that, and financial and technical resources to work on that. So that's something you can do with field actions. Research is another important tool for you to have in your toolkit, in the sense of you can use it in multiple ways. Like you can do research to really show that there is a problem going on. Like you go to the field and then remote areas in your country, and then you do some kind of study and research, and you found out that there is really an urgent problem. And then you go to the ministry, you go to the government, you go to the practitioners, and you advocate using the results from those research. You'll be like, yeah, we have this issue, we need to improve. Or for example, this practice is bad. We know that from global statistics. So you do a research nationally and you prove that it is having a harmful impact on animals or on the target group, and we should do this to solve it. So this policy change or this action or this. So research is a really powerful tool to help you. Innovation as well. So innovation, that's something that we health people, we don't tend to focus or care about it much, but it's really, really awesome as a tool. Like I've been working in, you know, hackathons, kind of social entrepreneurship initiatives, those kind of innovation creation ideas. And I'm sure you can, even if you Google that, like you can find a lot of awesome ideas about innovation or innovative solutions used when it comes to your field of action. So innovation is you can get with a team and then try to brainstorm and think of new innovative ideas, approaches, tools to, really solve the problem. Here you can have multi-professional teams, like you can get people from technology students, or you can get people from engineering students, or people from agriculture students, and then you work together as a team for 3 or 5 or 1 week, and then work together and think of a new innovation, or maybe see what other innovations are going on, and then try to like apply them in your local context, of course. So that's a very useful tool to keep in mind. Finally, and which is another level, and the girls that I've shown you earlier are all advocates. They may have done some stuff in their community or not, but they did some advocacy nationally and globally. And the goal here is not to become famous, of course. I mean, any local action makes you an advocate, and any local or simple change makes you a youth change maker. But advocacy is what creates change in the long term. Like, let's say you are vaccinating animals, right? In your 1 year, you are able to vaccinate 100 or 1,000 animals. And then when you stop doing that, there'll be no vaccination implemented, and so nobody will do that. But if you do some advocacy change and you go to the government and you implement a law that if you have any pet, you should have vaccinated, it would be obligatory, and so on and so on. And you put policies that would limit or regulate or oblige people to do this and this practice, this will go for the long term. Like, even if you grow old and you are dead and whatsoever, the change and the positive impact will keep going on. So advocacy is really important here. And again, we can talk hours and hours about advocacy, but just keep in mind that, for advocacy, you're aiming for a long-term change. So it can be done on the university level, like changing how the curriculum is made, or it can be done on the ministry level, or in the local level, local government, and so on and so on. So just make sure that if you want to advocate, my golden tool is that one hand never claps alone. So make sure you have your team with you, you have multiple supporters, and this is why I insisted on stakeholder mapping. Like, for example, other students organizations, other NGOs, other organizations, maybe UN agencies, OIE national, like, for example, groups, or OIE national organizations. You collaborate with them so that you have more power and more voice to advocate. So those are the methodologies briefly. And yeah, moving on, I'll just quickly wrap up with how can IVSA help you, right? Like, maybe some of you are doing many of these actions, you are indeed making change in your local level, but now as we are in IVSA General Assembly, I have this question for you. Maybe let's hear a couple of comments before sharing my final slide about how can IVSA, how do you think IVSA can help you, do some change making on your local level? So let's hear a couple of comments in the chat, and then I can share with you some reflections from my side. Any idea? And of course, IVSA Exco people can also comment if you want.
From my side, IVSA is just an amazing global platform to learn from each other and then take those ideas back home to implement them, like all these amazing campaigns we have, for example, about rabies. We have some comments in the chat, using their network to spread the message. Issues experienced in my country and maybe experienced by other IVSA members in other countries, which allows collaboration and ideas. IVSA could take up education, especially spreading awareness among local communities.
Lovely, lovely indeed. And I remember, my first General Assembly in IFMSA, that was 4 years ago, if I remember. It was the first time hearing about antimicrobial resistance, AMR. So it was new for me. I was just a starting student, and I went home. I heard what other people are doing about it, and I started working on it locally. So it was indeed, as you said, Anya, getting inspired from people and then applying stuff locally. So maybe some reflections from my side, and that's something you should keep in mind. It's always great to be a member of such, a global network, because indeed it's a really great help for us as young people. So first thing is resources and capacity building, right? If you want to work on rabies, or if you want to work on One Health or AMR or vaccination or wildlife animals, I'm sure that IVSA have multiple resources, multiple maybe stuff to share with you, articles, trainings, informations, webinars that are registered or that can be done so that you can learn more about the topic. And yeah, if you want to work on something specific, so make sure to check the resources and build your capacity from there. Second is sharing best practices, as you people have been said. We all are doing some things. Our predecessors have done some things. So seeing what have been done, seeing the platform to see what other students are doing in different countries is always helpful. You can get in touch if you see some group in other country who are doing similar issues or similar initiatives, to collaborate with them, to get inspired from them. How was the experience? Maybe if they have some useful resources, you can use them yourselves, and so on and so on. And networking, and this is a very, very powerful trick, networking. Like IVSA can get you in touch with experts. They can get you in touch maybe with OIE national organizations or other exposure. Once you have done your activity, you can share it within IVSA spaces and with other students and with other youth, and it can be shared globally. So that's always great to, share your impact and inspire others, and, keep the motivation going, because you show people what you are doing, they get motivated, they go and do some field action, and they show what they are doing, and it goes on, and we keep inspiring each other, and we keep making change. So I guess that's it from my side. I hope that was not too much information, and that was brief, that was clear. And thank you all for your interactions and for your engagements, for your reflections. And here's my email. I guess that space should be removed, but yeah, that's my email. If you have any questions, you can also reach out to me in social media. And yeah, I'll leave the floor to Anya.
Thank you very much, Saad, for this informative and really inspiring session. I think everybody enjoyed it a lot. It was a perfect introduction to our
I can see the chat and everything now.
Okay, we can start letting people in actually, so we're gonna click admit all.
Got it. I'll come back on when you
Yeah, from now on, no dirty jokes.
do that.
Hello, everyone. I see there's still some people coming. Also because we had to little delay on the first session. Apologize again for this one. It was due to little technical difficulties. Dave, are you ready?
100%.
Awesome. Great. Cool. So we are about to start. I'm sure some more people will join. Okay. Cool. So I would like to introduce to all of you Dr. Dave Nicol. He has experience in the different aspects in the veterinary life and profession. He's an author of a book about how to start the veterinary career. He's also a YouTuber, and he has also a very cool company, which is also a partner of IVSA. And I'm sure Dave would like to explain it a little bit more on his own. So to you, Dave, and enjoy, everyone.
Well, thank you very much, Lauren. Appreciate all the hard work that you are putting into this. And thank you, IVSA, for inviting me along to speak. It's always awesome to get to speak to you guys and the students. You know, you are the future of our profession, so it's important that we spend some time setting you up for some success, I think. So I've got my little egg timer here. This is my hour egg timer that I'm going to do my very best to run roughly on schedule. We've got about an hour and a half to talk, and so it's Valentine's Day. How much do I love you guys that I'm spending, or how terribly sad and lonely am I that I'm spending my Valentine's Day with you guys? So consider this a little love letter from me to you, and a little gift. And I can't think of many better gifts to give you than to try to offer you some insight, some information that I think that I wish I'd known when I was setting out in my career. Now, you guys are still at university, and so maybe let's just get the chat warmed up here a little bit, and maybe tell me, you know, what school are you at? What year are you at? Let's just light up the chat, and that'll do a couple of things. One, it will make sure that I know you're hearing me right now, which would be really cool. And two, we're going to be using the questions reasonable amount, particularly. So, very cool. All right, so we've got first year. I can't see all of your name, unfortunately, and I'm pretty sure your name is not IVSA SGA. But we've got first year from the University of Tennessee. Hello, first year Colorado State. James, awesome, welcome. University. Oh my goodness me, Indonesia. RVC. Mariah, hey, how are you? We've got Bella, Indonesia. Oh, this is awesome. Romania, UPenn, RVC, Serbia, Colombia. Rabat, I got to tell you, Hajar, Morocco is one of my favorite countries in the world. I spent time working with the Société Protectrice des Animaux de Nord d'Afrique, and I was in Rabat, Ouarzazate, Khenifra, all over Morocco. It was such a beautiful country. My favorite place in Morocco is Essaouira. What an absolutely chill place. So this is so cool, seeing so many names from all over the world. I love this. I love this. So keep them coming. Keep them coming. Hi, Stella. Okay, so this is going to be a session. Unfortunately, we're not in a big room together. I so wish that we were in a big room together and we could get just even better energy happening. But so we're gonna go through a little bit of a journey today, and so really I want to tell you a bit about my story. Okay, you know, where did it all start for me? Well, I graduated from Glasgow University back in 1998. It's honestly, it seems like yesterday. And one of the observations that I made about life is the older you get, the faster that hourglass goes, right? So please, my friends, try not to waste a second of it. And wasting we waste a lot of time on things that are just not worth our time and attention. And that's worries. Worries, by and large, are not worth our time and attention. But I bet you a bunch of you are worried right now. When I think back to my time at Glasgow, It was such a wonderful time. Was it easy? No, it wasn't easy because I was definitely not in the top end of the class. I was pretty close to the bottom and propping that place up, but that took a bit of load off of me because I never expected myself to be top of the class. And so I found I could enjoy university. And that seemed to be a lot of the experience for us at Glasgow. We didn't take it all too seriously. You know, that you've maybe heard the phrase, C's get degrees. And so, you know, I was never going to be that A student. But as I moved through my career, one of the other things that I've noticed is that it doesn't really matter what grades you get at university. What matters is what you do, because this degree, and mine is right here. So right in this red tumbler here is my degree, the very one I held on that day in 1998 in June when I graduated, very proudly. And what that degree is simply a passport to the rest of your career in veterinary medicine. So you're going to be able to do so many different things with that. And for me, my degree took me in some interesting directions. So I've always worked in general practice and small animal practice. I didn't intend to leave Scotland, even for a day. As it turns out, I only worked in Scotland for a day. Pretty quickly after graduation, I got work in England in Newcastle, and then moved further south to London. And I stayed in London for the best part of a decade before I went even further south and I moved to Australia for a year, and a year turned into 7 because Australia is such an awesome place. So big up all my Sydney and Aussie and Melbourneites and all those down under. Incredible country. And then my daughter was born and we decided to educate her back here, a bit closer to her grandparents in the United Kingdom. So I'm now back and I live on the south coast of England in a little town, little city called Brighton. And I've been many things in my career. So I've been a vet for 17 years of that. I was clinically active and I'm still clinically active. So tomorrow at a very early hour, I shall drive up to London, to my veterinary hospital in London, and I will go and do a day in practice, just like many of you will be doing when you graduate vet school. And that's 22 years of doing this. I've seen veterinary medicine from the front line of being a doctor. But I've also been a practice owner or a practice manager or a practice leader of some kind or other since, well, certainly nearly 15 years, and about 12 of those in ownership of one kind or other. I have either fully or partly owned 4 of my own veterinary hospitals. I still have one up in London. But I started this other business called VetX International. And VetX I started because I saw the pain, the problems that were happening in general practice. I could see that the burnout rate was too high, and I could see that some of that was due to practice leadership and practice systems not being right, but some of it was due to the mindset that we as veterinarians seem to be in as we're leaving college and university. And that's something that I see a lot. I hear students freaking out and stressing out in the university stage because why? Because you're not getting A's, because maybe you're not getting your 95%. It's like, guys, dial it back. Take as much of the time at university as you can and enjoy every second of it. In my time at university, if I got 51% in an exam, 50% was the pass mark. If I got 51%, genuinely, I was pissed off. I did 1% too little living and 1% too much studying, because university is about learning how to cope and interact and go about life as well. And that's why, you know, all of you guys that have organized this event, and when you get involved in other societies and associations like IVSA, that's why it's great, because you're building your network. You're doing things over and above your clinical studies or your just your studies generally, which are just expanding your capacity to create something, you know, take part, participate in life and veterinary medicine beyond the clinical. And all of that stands you in really good stead. So don't take it all too seriously, okay? And I think that's probably the hallmark of my story, is that I rarely take anything too seriously. Or certainly I try to build a lot of fun into everything that I'm doing, okay? So we do serious work. There are consequences for bad decisions that we make, but most of the work we do can be done with a smile on our face and with fun if we give it a chance. Okay, so that's me. I'm interested in what your sort of fears are as you're considering stepping into this professional world beyond vet school. So perhaps if you would do me a wee favor, if you feel like it, if you feel so inclined, please type into the chat box and just share what are your fears? What's the number one thing that you stress about when you think about going into this profession? What would that be? So hit that in the chat box. And if you don't feel like chatting it and sharing it, that's okay. Just write it down on a sheet of paper. Okay, because at the end of this presentation, we're going to do a bit of Q&A. And what would really mean the world to me is if I'm able to give you something from this session that you can hang on to and get a foothold in this, either your career, your early part of your career, or stop freaking out about something, or just feel good about yourself and take some of these things I'm going to share with you and be able to put them to work immediately at university, because everything is quite shareable and applicable to university, but also beyond. Okay, so great. I'm starting to see some comments coming in there. So that's awesome. Not being successful, lacking knowledge, making a mistake that results in an animal's death. Man, you're lighting it up now. Keep them coming. Fear of building a client network. First challenge to find out what you wanted to do and where you wanted to do it. Vincenzo, absolutely. Don't be in a rush. You've got, I said a second ago, don't waste a moment of it. But also, don't be in a rush to absolutely try and know everything and have it all dialed down right from the start, because that's not life. Life is just this higgledy-piggledy, wiggly worm of a journey. And the point A to point B, you know, people, this is one of the things I like speaking about, because people look, I guess, at my career and my resume and they go, man, he's just crushing it and he's doing all this stuff over there and it just looks like it was baked on from day one. And nothing could be further from the truth. It's just been one massive experiment and one series of failures and successes and progress and regression. You know, it's not a straight line. Okay, so this is great. Don't be in a rush to figure these things out. All right, keep going. Adinda, don't know where to start. Awesome. You know what that means? Because there's so many choices in front of you. So there's so many ways we can kind of frame this. Thank you for sharing. Keep sharing. Keep sharing these things as you go through it. And we want to hit these as questions at the end. And you're going to have questions that pop up as we go through this presentation. Write them down, okay? We're going to get time to do so many of them, as we possibly can. Okay, so we're going on a bit of a journey today, and we're going to cover 3 sort of subject areas. So first of all, I want to give you 5 hacks, 5 things I wish that somebody told me or taught me a lot earlier than they did. And sometimes people didn't teach me these things at all. I just had to figure them out, okay? So I want to share that with you so you don't just have to figure anything out. Second thing I want to give you are some success resources, okay? So I've got 3 sort of things that we've created that I think will be valuable to you. And I'll share those. And what I'll do is I'll actually, we've got some links and stuff for you. I'll put them in the chat later on. You will have the opportunity for QR codes to get some downloads and stuff like that. So keep your phone nearby or get a screen grab. If we're going too quickly through the slides, and I'm sure afterwards, like I can give these links to Lauren in the team, and so nobody need miss out if you don't get today, but just be prepared to get that information, okay? And then at the end, we'll leave lots and lots of time for Q&A. Okay, does that sound like a good way to spend a sort of Valentine's Day afternoon, early afternoon, or evening or morning, depending on where you are on this planet? That would seem like a good thing for me. Okay, so let's kick off with our 5 hacks. So what lessons can I give you that are going to stand you in good stead? Well, here's the first one that people generally don't like. Clients, right? Now, how many of you spent any time on Facebook whatsoever in any of the lovely, supportive, non-toxic, incredibly positive Facebook groups that spring up around veterinary medicine? Are you in any of those? No, me neither, because it's almost like they don't exist. Not quite. Some of them do, but there's so much toxicity out there. One of the number one, in fact, I would say the number one place or group of people that get beaten up by vets on social media are clients. Okay, now, my friends, this is a huge mistake. Please don't fall into this trap. If you end up hating clients, you will end up hating veterinary medicine and burning out. The end. Okay, whatever you have to do to enjoy your client relationships, that is job one. Okay, you can be the most amazing clinician. You can have gotten 99.99% in all of your exams, and you will still fail in veterinary medicine if you dislike and cannot form good relationships with clients. Okay, because the clients have to trust you. Remember these three words: know, like, and trust. People will enjoy you being their vet, their family's doctor, when they know you. So they get to know you when they first get to meet you. They get to like you because of the way you treat them and you treat their animal, not because of how smart you are. Right? That's important as well. I'm not saying it's unimportant, but it's not the primary thing. And they'll get to trust you when you show up as that authentic person who can treat them well time and time again, i.e., it's a relationship like any other relationship. And if you were in a relationship, right, imagine you were in a relationship. This is Valentine's Day, right? Imagine you were in a relationship where your partner, unbeknownst to you, went on a Facebook group called the Mean and Nasty Partners Facebook group and just slammed you nonstop for being grumpy, for being horrible, for yelling, for always asking me to do the chores or something, or not being attentive enough, right? Or not buying me enough flowers. And oh my God, my partner's such a butthole because they wanted me to buy flowers every day, right? Can you imagine what level of relationship that would be? It would be a toxic dump. It wouldn't be a relationship that would last. Okay, it's a relationship with no trust. And yet that's exactly what we're doing when we're with clients. So we have to avoid getting into a situation where we have mean clients in the first place. And guys, it's really easy. Just treat them well. How do you treat somebody well? How do you make somebody feel special? You listen to them. Number one, you just listen. Okay. And then you do a good job clinically and you keep your promises. Right. So the best way of flipping a mean client is to not have a mean client in the first place, is to have a client who actually feels valued, and you give them a little bit of time. Right. But there are going to be times where it goes horribly wrong. There's absolutely going to be times when that happens. Right. So how do we flip mean clients? How do we take a client complaint and turn that moment, which is something we all fear, and turning it into something that is really extremely positive? Okay. Well, let me give you, and please write this down. All right. What you'll find with me is I'm not going to give you tons of slides full of bullet points that you can just screen grab, because you're not going to learn a thing by doing that. Okay. I'm going to tell you stories and I'm going to put up pictures, but you're going to have to do some of the work here. Okay. So this is how you flip a mean client, and this works whether it's on email, it works face to face, it works on a Zoom call, it works on a phone call. But if you get somebody who's angry with you in any facet of life, okay, let me ask you a question. What is it that an angry person wants more than anything? What does somebody who's mad with you really want from you in that moment? You got any ideas? To be heard. Boom. Straight in. Love it. Pick it out. I'm going to actually, yeah. So attention and apology. These things are all right, but number one thing is they need to argue back. No. I'm assuming that was said ironically. Yeah, argue back and to have more mean clients, right? So now the first thing that any human being wants is just to be listened to. Okay, so there's a 5-step process. If you follow this process every time, then you're likely to have a good experience for everybody involved. Okay, and particularly for you as well, because it's stressful when somebody's mad with you, when somebody's upset with you, when you've goofed something up. Maybe it's a blood test result that you didn't report and it's a week late, or I had one instance where I lost a lump. I cut a lump off of a dog, which was, it was potentially cancerous. We were worried enough about it to put the dog under anesthetic and remove this lump to send it for biopsy. And something happened. Like the lump was lost. I to this day, I don't know what happened. I think the lump was thrown out when it was left on the drapes. Completely my fault. Like completely my fault, right? But it doesn't matter whose fault it is. What matters is I didn't have the lump. And there was just no way for me to go back and fix that. So you bet I had an extremely annoyed client who was absolutely hating me, right? So what you have to do in that situation is you just have to put up with them downloading at you. And that means listening. Now, the first thing is you have to understand what the emotion is, okay? So if somebody is angry, then what I would say is I would start the conversation off and I would say, so let's imagine Lauren, our host here today, and say, Lauren, this thing has happened, and I imagine you are hopping mad. Tell me what's going on in your mind right now. And Lauren's going to download on me, and he's going to tell me how much of an idiot I am, and how could this have happened, and blah blah. And you've just got to listen. You can't defend. However, not inappropriate, but however wrong, or however you want to fight back, or however much you want to just say your piece and defend in that point, don't do it. Don't do it, because all you're going to do is pour more gasoline on the fires. Just listen and acknowledge. Okay, so that's step one, is listen. Step two is repeat back what you have understood that they've just said, because what you're doing there is you're building empathy, or you're showing you've listened, right? So step two is, Lauren, if I've heard you correctly, you're really angry, and beyond that, you're just disappointed because, understandably, you trusted putting your dog in my care, and we've done the surgery and we've lost the lump, and we just don't have the chance to do the thing that you wanted to do, and we all wanted, which was to find out if it was a cancer or not. And you're hopping mad about that. Have I got that right? Have I missed anything? So you just repeat back. So in as close to words as they've used as they can, and that demonstrates you were listening. So they get the chance to vent, you get the chance to show that you've listened, and now we're on the same page. Okay, now we're in a position to deal with the thing, because the thing has been defined. Okay, we got to let them define the thing. We've got to acknowledge the thing and check in on the thing, and then we can deal with the thing. So that takes us to step number 3, which is the apology. Okay, now here's the thing. You may get told by some people that you should never apologize, because that's like admitting liability. Okay. And so what I would say is that you have to apologize carefully, right? So when you apologize, you're apologizing for the fact that something has gone wrong, okay? You're not admitting liability for the thing that has gone wrong. That's throwing yourself under the bus. The other thing you're not doing is you're not doing a false apology. You're not apologizing for the way somebody else feels, because you don't get to apologize for that. And that is the same thing as saying, I'm sorry, not sorry, right? Oh, I'm really sorry you feel like that, right? No, that's not what, that's not really apologizing. That's just suggesting you don't feel the same way. So what you say is, listen, I am really sorry that was the outcome, that's been the experience. We feel terrible about this. Okay. You can even throw in something like, if I was in your shoes, I'd feel the same way, so I'm really sorry about that. So that's part 3, apology. Part 4 is now we get to fix it. Okay. So I can't find the lump. We've scoured everywhere. We don't know what's happened to it. And, now in this part, some people will try and throw others under the bus. My nurse threw it out. The idiot. What am I supposed to do with that? Right? You could say that. I strongly advise you don't. You could say, we got it to the laboratory, but they lost it. Now, if that happens to be true, then fair dues. In this case, it wasn't true, so I couldn't say that, right? I said, look, what I think happened was this, and that doesn't excuse it at all. I just want you to know that's what happened. And so you ask them, what can we do to make it right? That's part 4. What can we do to make this right? Now, I can't bring the lump back, but maybe they're going to ask for a discount. Maybe they're going to ask for us to do a repeat surgery. Maybe we can do an FNA and try and recover from cells. I don't know. Maybe we can say, look, we're going to monitor this very, very closely. And if anything comes back, we'll take the action that's required. I don't know what the solution would be, because that's going to depend on the situation you're in. But you just ask them, like, what would make this right? You know what you can't do, but what might make it a little bit better that shows the intent that you mean well, right? And so practice owners like me up and down the land will go, what? Don't say that, because we're going to have to give them money back. Well, we kind of screwed up. So maybe we are, right? And maybe that's what it takes to rebuild trust. Maybe it is. But we're not actually promising them anything at this point. We're just saying, what could we do to make that right for you? Is there something we can do to put it right? Now, we're talking about a situation here where I lost a dog's lump. That's kind of a bad situation. Most of the time it won't be. Most of the time it will be a smaller thing that a client got cranky about. Like, I'm really sorry that we've kept you waiting for 45 minutes. It's not the standard like we want to keep. What can I do to make it right? And they'll be like, they won't want the money back. They'll just be like, you've already done the thing, which is to acknowledge that their time and day is important as well, right? So there's going to be a spectrum here, but by asking them, by giving them a chance to tell you that, you're showing you care enough to care, right? Okay, so then part 5 is going to be, well, can you do it, right? So once they've told you what they want, can you make it happen? Now, if you can make it happen for like under $20, then go make it happen. Right? You're going to make a client happy. If they want all of their money off, then what you can say is, look, I'm not in a position to authorize that, but what I will do is I will have a conversation with my boss and go to bat on this because I want to help, okay? And what you're doing is you're putting yourself on the same side of the table as them, right? When we take this collaborative approach to problem solving and to complaint management, we're not in opposition, we're in collaboration. We still want a good outcome here. I value you and I'm willing to put time and energy into this relationship. Do you want that back? Right? Now, when you do this, and then the last part is just do what you've signed up to do. Maybe you're going to come back and you can't do everything, but you can do a little bit. Fine. Most of the time, clients will be happy with that. Okay. But if you can follow that process, anytime you get into an argument or a complaint, heck, if it's Valentine's Day and your other half is grumpy because you're sitting on a conference all day, then you just, after this gets done, you'll be like, hey, how you feeling? And they're going to say, I'm so mad with you for being on this conference all day on Valentine's Day. And you'll be like, oh, yeah, look, if I'm hearing you right, I've not really been a good partner because I've been on this conference all day today. And they're like, right. And you're like, okay, I am really sorry about that. What can I do to make it up? Because you matter to me. I love you. And then they're going to tell you, get me some nice champagne and roses and take me to dinner, or get me a Deliveroo since none of us can go to dinner right now. And then you go and do it and you're good, right? That's just what you have to do, right? Okay, so that is how you flip mean clients. Try not to make them mad in the first instance, but remember the 5-step strategy when you do, and it'll stand you in really good stead. Okay, let's move on to point 2. How do we go about setting goals and then more accurately achieving them? Okay, now some of you will be a bit closer to graduation than others. And here's one of the things, and I talk about this in my book. This is something I've observed. I observed it myself. I've observed it in many, many students that I've either looked after or mentored, or new graduates. And it's the rush to try and be good at everything really fast, because you feel like you're good at nothing. And you're trying to get some certainty in life. And of course, when you try and do everything, when you prioritize everything, what you're effectively doing is you're prioritizing nothing. So what you have to do is set goals and give them a reasonable amount of time to be achieved. Okay, so my strongest advice to you when you graduate from vet school and you get your first job is that, and this matters and this works whether you know what you want to do or not. Right, but let's say you're going to, you see yourself in general practice. You're not quite sure what direction you're going to take beyond that. Fine. You can identify the base skills you require to get to be good at this bit of your career, right? And so what does that look like? Well, I would suggest it looks like acquiring good communication skills, non-clinical skills, acquiring good mental health, resilience skills, becoming anti-fragile. I would suggest it's acquiring some core clinical skills that are actually useful, the things that are not taught at vet school, like dentistry, like how to treat a cat bite abscess, like neutering, like how to get in the exam room and have a good conversation with a client. Because if you're able to get to the point of making good differential diagnoses lists, and you're able to get on well with clients, and you're able to interact well with team members, you've set the foundation for a great career. Now, each of those three areas, clients, team members, differential diagnoses, you can break that down into subcomponent things that you've got to learn, skills that you must acquire. So with clients, it's time management, communication, empathy. Some of it's about self-care as well, right? Managing our emotional intelligence, staying positive, our health and fitness, not just mental health. We talk about mental health a lot, but it's completely linked to physical health as well. So what skills do we have to focus on? What things, what bits of our puzzle do we have to drop in place in order to have that skill set covered? When it comes to clinical, I'm going to talk about dental because, you know, dentistry was an area I could identify as being a huge opportunity for me as a new graduate straight away. Why? Because everybody hated doing dentistry. Nobody was really very good at it. And so, but the opportunity to be good at it is overwhelming. Like you're going to see 10 to 20 animals every day. And if the stats are to be believed, then 80% of them, when they're over the age of 3, are going to have dental disease. That is a lot of animals every day that you can help, remove from pain, take infection away from. And also a lot of animals in terms of case volume, that means you can practice and practice and practice and keep getting better at. So my advice when it comes to setting goals is to make them SMART. You've probably heard of the SMART acronym before: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timed. So I would like to be able to perform basic dentistry, scaling, polishing, simple extractions within 3 months of graduation. Okay, so it's specific. It's measurable. We'll know if we can do it or not. It's achievable, absolutely is. It's totally relevant if you're in general practice, and it's got a time limit. So bang, straight away we've got a good goal. Now, the how to achieve them bit is where the magic comes in, because now we have to make an action list to which we will commit. And this action list has, this is where the prioritization matters. It means that instead of reading journals randomly, that you only read about dentistry. Instead of doing cadaver work and practicing different techniques, you practice taking out some teeth. It means that you speak or you get on a call with some dentist that can give you some advice. It means when you're taking your CE or your CPD classes, you're targeting dentistry for that time frame. It means all of the learning activities, you just become a laser focused, crazy person for that subject for that 3-month period. And when you get that level of focus into your game, you will move mountains. People are uncomfortable to do this because they think that they're missing other opportunities. But those people are like magpies chasing shiny things. They're not going to advance their skills. It is absolutely certain that if you chose a focus every 3 months of your career of some big skill area that you wanted to target, and you nailed it for that 3 months, that after a year, you'd have 4 big skill sets covered. After 3 years, you'd have 12. That's a lot of skill to acquire in a relatively short space of time. Okay, and remember, after that 3 months, you get good at something. When you get good at something, it stops being as stressful. And when it stops being stressful, you get into a more positive state of mind. You become more resilient. You become anti-fragile because those little failures along the way have actually built strength for you, because you kept going, because you were speaking to the specialist who could pick you up when you fell down, because you were reading or you were a member of a Facebook community group that wasn't generally about beating up medicine, but about how to get good at dentistry, because you could ask a specialist, right? Because you'd done some cadaver work first. Do you see how it works? When you get that, it's the specificity of a goal and then prioritize learning. All of your energy is focused. That's when you'll start moving mountains, friends. Okay, so that is how to set goals and how to achieve them. Now, part of that is about making sure you've got the time and you maintain the positivity to be able to keep going, especially when you have little setbacks. Okay, so we have to be able to master time. And this, guys, is so utterly important that you get, because there are 4 riders of the time apocalypse out there. Okay, the first one is found on these devices. Okay, so get out your phone right now. I want you to get out your phone And I want you to do something. I want you to show me your home screen. You can't show me this, but I want you to look at your home screen, right? Does it look nice and organized like that? Or are there tons of red dots with numbers that every time you look at your phone, it's calling for your attention, right? What does your phone look like? For most people, our phones own us. But if you're going to master time, and if you're going to actually control and take a bit more control over your mood and your state, then what you have to do is be in charge of your device. We are so connected to these things. They're extensions of our arms now, right? Like when you've not got your phone, how naked do you feel when you don't have your phone on your person? It is weird. When I graduated, I didn't have that. I didn't have that pressure. And I think there's more than a little bit going on. When I say, I think social media, and particularly the attention deficit state, that it's the absolute antithesis of my previous slide. It's about being, successful people can prioritize and zoom in and get something done in a very, very regimented way. But these devices are robbing us of that ability to focus and maintain our attention on any one thing at any one time, right? Not so many red dots, not so many friends. Yeah, red dots, because your home screen is it's red dots, red dots, red dots. Exactly. They just call for your attention. If you've got notifications, I do a lot of coaching and mentoring calls with people all over the world, and the number of people they're paying me a lot of money for an hour of my time. And I hear the device pinging and their computer sending notifications. I see their eyes flicking around. I know their attention's not on what we're talking about, even though the stuff we're talking about is probably stuff that if they executed on would be $1,000 or $10,000 an hour work, maybe more. But they're being distracted by $10 an hour pings and bleeps from their phones and devices. We have to stop being at the behest of our devices. Okay, Lauren, his phone is a rash. It's got so many red dots. All right, so number one thing is we've got to unplug, and we've got to be very intentional about when we let these things in our world. So social media, email, news websites are all our enemy. But it all starts with what we use for our, and what do we use for our alarm clock in the morning? Now, how many of you use this as your alarm clock? Go on, tell the truth. I bet you tons of you do, right? And these things are so well designed that the first thing you do when you switch your alarm off is you pick up and you're like, oh, I wonder what's happening in the world. So I'm going to check out social. I wonder how many likes that last post got. I'm going to check out Insta just for a second. Or I'm just going to check in my email. And of course, email is just full of great news every morning, isn't it? And it's somebody who's putting something important on your to-do list, or somebody who had a thought in the middle of the night who's now has to get it out of their system, so just chucks it in email and sends you an email, usually in a completely like agitated state. You got to do this, and so you're kind of cool, you've had a great rest, and then in the first half hour of your day, bam, somebody else's stress is now infecting your mind. Okay, you get up, you put on the coffee or the teapot, and you switch on the TV, and what do? You tune into the local news channel. And what do you get on the local news channel? You get great news? Do you get positive vibes? I very much doubt it, okay? So let me just week through the BBC website and see what we've got, okay, happening on Valentine's Day. Arguably should be one of the most positive days of the year. And it's rejecting calls for easing lockdown. No arbitrary commitment to democracy of fragile, warns Biden as Trump cleared. We've got it's just bad news stories. Poverty cause high COVID death rates. It's stuff that's designed to trigger you, right? Bad news sells, good news doesn't. And so the news sites, it's like doom scrolling, right? You know the term. So we doom scroll on Twitter and on Facebook, and we doom scroll on the news. And when you're doing that in the first half hour or the last half hour of your day, that is a disaster for your mental health. Okay, the statement is a statement backed up by fact. I encourage you to read books by a guy called Sean Achor. I have a book over here. called The Happiness Advantage, right, by Sean Acor. Sean is he's a former Harvard professor and researcher, and that's one of the things they found. If you are putting news and social media and stuff that is not great news, stuff that's going to put you in a negative mental state in the first half hour and the last half hour of your day, then your resilience is going to plummet. Okay, so there's that impact. But then there's also the impact of you're spending an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours of every single day on these devices. So that's dead time. That's not time you're doing something productive. What else could you be doing? Well, you could read books like this instead of jumping on your device. You could jump on and do training and personal development courses, or you could get out and do an hour of exercise. You know, that half hour in the morning, half hour at night, there's an hour of your day that you could commit to 15 minutes of reading, 15 minutes of cardio work, 15 minutes of preparing yourself a slightly healthier breakfast before you go to work, 15 minutes of journaling or gratitude or mindfulness, right? So absolutely be intentional. Don't just bounce around on the whim of Mark Zuckerberg or whoever else that wants you, because you're the product, remember, on Facebook. You are the product. If you're not paying for something, you are the product. So your attention on Facebook is absolutely paramount. So you see Zuckerberg's adverts, so you buy their stuff so he gets paid, right? But it's totally, totally disastrous for your mental health to be there. So you've got to cut out social, or you've got to control it. You've got to reduce your consumption of television. And I'm not saying don't go on and binge watch occasionally like a Game of Thrones series, right? But again, be intentional about when you're going to do it. Prioritize when you're going to do it. For some, it's a great way to compartmentalize and decompress. That's fine. But for others, it's habitual, and it's just a thing that you do now. And that thing that you do, you know there's other things you could be doing, so you're not going to feel good about yourself, right? Be intentional. And when you can do that, not only do you get more time in your day, but you'll get much better quality mental attention on the things that really matter in your day. One of the best things I did when I left for Australia, I packed up my house, I switched off my TV. That was 2009. You will not find a television in my home. Like I don't own a television anymore. I've never switched it back on. And in doing that, people ask me, how is it you found time to run 2 businesses, go all over the world speaking, write books, be a father, do all these things? And the answer is because I don't watch TV. I have 2 hours in my day, every day, more than the average human being. Not because I'm awesome, but just because I quit a habit that wasn't serving me. And now I can do it. Spend time doing so many more positive things. Okay, unplug and be a master of your time, not be at the behest of somebody else. Okay, now when you've created a bit more time and you're struggling for time in practice, it is also important to make the most of it. So here's 5 mini tips. There's your sub tips for how to make the most of your time when you get into practice. So I am a bit of a scatterbrain, okay? And so one of the things that is incredibly important for me, particularly because, practice life, there's going to be a million things coming at you, okay? I'm pretty comfortable with a million things coming at me, but where I get really stressed is if I start dropping balls. And one of the ways that I've found most reliable to not drop balls is to have a to-do list. Right now, it can be something fancy like an app-based to-do list, or it can be as simple as getting a Post-it note out and writing down the things you've got to get done on the Post-it note for that day, or one on each Post-it note, right? And carrying them with you every day. So what bloods do you have to report back? What insurance forms are you going to get done today? What article are you going to write or read? What your ops, what cases have you got in the hospital? What new cases you got coming in? Just write it down. And then check stuff off as you go through your day, because it feels great to do that. Okay, so to-do lists are amazing and will stop you dropping balls. Okay, now the next window over there, you might recognize the game Tetris, you might not. But Tetris is a game where you have to fit lots of blocks in, and every time you got all the blocks in a layer lined up, then that layer would disappear and the blocks would all fall down a row. And you won the game by keeping going, and you lost the game when the blocks filled up to the top. So the point of the game is to manipulate blocks so they fit spaces. And so this is really important for you in practice, that you are able to manipulate time in a way that works for you. Okay, so let's say you've got 4 cases for a day. You've got a dental case, scale and a polish. You've got x-rays on a dog that you suspect might have an obstruction, a foreign body. You don't know, you think it probably doesn't, but you need to do a check x-ray just to make sure. You've got a neutering to do, and you've got a skin workup, some skin scrapes and some tape impressions, something like that to do. Okay, now you could take them all in a very linear 1-by-1 way and do one start to finish to completion and then move on to the next. And if you did that, then you might find that you spent a couple of hours in total on the neutering, from pre-med to surgery to recovery to writing notes. Then you might find that you spent, an hour and a half, maybe the same on the dental. You might find you spend half an hour on the sedation and the x-rays, and let's assume the x-rays are fine and you don't take it to surgery. And then you might spend another half an hour on the skin workup. Now, if you stretch all of those things out, you've got about 5 hours of day taken up by those cases. You're going to do about 2 or 3 hours of consultations in the morning, and you might have evening as well. That's not leaving a lot of space for lunch, for note writing, for phone calls, for paperwork. It's not leaving a lot of time for you to have a break and just to recharge. Like if that is your day, if you run it like that, you're at grave risk of burning out. So how do you take a bit more time? How do you capture a bit more time? Well, we play Tetris, because if you give a pre-med subcutaneously to your first operation of the day, the neutering, then you've got about half an hour, 40 minutes before you're going to be able to do anything with that. So great, let's get the skin scrape and do the skin scrape and do the tape impressions and whatever we need to do. Let's collect our materials, because that can easily be done in a half an hour. Animal back in the kennel. Great, our next one's ready to go. So now instead of taking 2.5 hours on something, we've condensed it, and we've found another half hour back for ourselves later on in the day. Same thing. When you complete the neutering, we can do the same thing with the dental. Give the pre-med. Okay, let's do our x-rays now. Give the sedation, perhaps IV. Our animal's on the table. Take our lateral x-ray. Take our DV x-ray. Does it look clear? Yes, it does. Awesome. Back in the kennel. Bosh. Done. Move into the dental. And now we've stolen back another half hour of our day. Now, this is a contrived example, but there are so many times in a day where you can overlap tasks. It was one of the most important lessons that I learned from, I think it was a certificate I did. And it was the overlapping task concept, that don't wait for one task to stop before you start another one, where the tasks can be, there's significant time to do that. Now, having said that, this is multitasking is not what I'm talking about. Okay, so I'm not talking about you're starting a task and then you're getting completely distracted by something. I'm talking about you've started a task and then there's a significant period of time where there's nothing else you can do on this task at the moment. If you're in the kitchen cooking, it's like when you put something into the oven to bake or to cure for half an hour or an hour. What do? Well, you got to prepare some other things, right? Otherwise, the meal's going to take forever to make. You don't wait for that hour to get on with other things. Same principle in the vet practice. What places can you overlap and steal time back? Okay. The next one is be laser focused. So this is somewhat contradictory, but not really. Okay. When you start a task and you get distracted from it, there's an issue there. And vet practices are absolutely chaotic distraction chambers, right? As soon as you start, let's say you've done your notes and you're, you've done your operations for the day and you're going to start writing some notes. And so you're writing up the notes for the surgery you just did, and then you're going to do the invoice all at once, which makes a lot of sense because you stay on point. You're not going to forget items. Your head is in the zone. But the receptionist pops her head around the door and goes, "Oh, Dr. Dave, Mrs. Jones has just called for Pookie's blood results. Would you mind speaking to her just now?" And of course, we all want to keep Mrs. Jones happy because we don't want mean clients. We say, "Sure, I'll speak to Mrs. Jones." And it takes 15, 20 minutes and you get the call done. And now you're like, "Oh, what was I doing? Oh, right, I'm back there." But at the end of that call, something else distracts you. What you have to do is say, "No, actually, I'm starting this task just now. I'm going to get it done. So when the receptionist interrupts, you could say, oh, listen, that's great. Would you just take a number and I'll call her back once I've completed this bit. It will be 20 minutes. Is that okay? Because it will almost always be okay. And then you get to work on that one thing, you get it done, and now you move on to Mrs. Jones. There will be a mental dissonance if you let yourself be interrupted. Okay, so when you get taken away from one task to speak to Mrs. Jones, your mind's still a bit on that previous task. And you're thinking about that as you're speaking to Mrs. Jones. When you come back from Mrs. Jones, your mind's still somewhat on that, so you don't get back into the task. The interruption swallows an enormous amount of time, and you'll make mistakes, way more mistakes, because you got interrupted. So politely, without being rude, you don't have to be rude to your receptionist. That's always a mistake. But you just say, yeah, cool, I will absolutely speak to her. Can I do that in 15 minutes when I finish that? Take a wee number and give it to me. And then they'll bring you a little bit of paper, or you write it on your to-do list, and bam, we've captured it. We're going to get to it. We're all good. Okay. So that kind of flows into the next slide, which is, learning to say no a bit more frequently. Okay. And not just saying yes all of the time. Now, you have to do this carefully, particularly as a new graduate. You want to appear like you're a team member. But there are times when we all get loaded up to the point of breaking point, and that's okay if it's a day here or there, but when it's never ending, weeks after weeks, that's when you're going to burn out. So when we get asked to do something, most people think there's a yes answer and a no answer. And in fact, there's three other answers in the middle. Okay. So if we say yes, we're committing to doing something, and we're going to do it, see it through. If we say no, then we are saying no, and we might not be the best friend to that person, right? So the middle ground is we can say a bit of yes and a bit of no. So we can do this in three ways. We can say, look, I can't do it all, but I can do this bit. So if a colleague says, hey, I'm slam busy, could you take this case for me? And you're like, ooh, actually, what I could do, I can get your x-rays done, but there's no way I'm going to be able to do the ultrasound because I have no idea how to do ultrasound. Would that be helpful? And so you take a bit of responsibility and then you pass it back. And that might just be fine for the colleague. Another time they'll say, hey, it's like the receptionist. Hey, could you do this thing for me now? And you say, listen, I absolutely can. I just can't do it right now. Would it be okay if I did it in half an hour? Or I can't book that operation in on Tuesday because I've got 3 other ops in that day, but I'm free on Thursday. I've got nothing then. Would it be okay for Mrs. Jones to schedule in on Thursday? Brilliant. Awesome. Right. So you're not just being a martyr all the time and saying, yeah, sure. I need another operation booked on top of those other 8 that we've already got that day when there's nothing on Thursday, right? Like, we can control that. We can take ownership. And the other thing is, you need to build yourself fire breaks, particularly when you're starting. And really, I would like to see your bosses doing this. So they give you longer appointments or a space every 2 or 3 appointments of 15 minutes on your schedule for catch up. Or you artificially control how many operations that you actually can do in a day when you're at that graduate phase, because you have to make space for careful learning and growth. You have to stretch, because that's where the good growth is. If you're absolutely slammed and you're always running late or you're always overloaded, you're going to be in a mode called panic, and you'll grow, but there's a very, very high risk of you burning out in that state as well. So fire breaks are super important. Okay. So tip number 4 is all about beating your inner imposter. How many of you feel like you're an imposter? Hit me in the chat. I've not asked you to hit me in the chat for a little bit. How many of you feel like you are an imposter? Me. Everyone. Okay, keep them coming. By the way, don't worry if you are. And don't put a sad face on that, Amanda. Don't put a sad face. I'll tell you why. Here's why. Imposter. Feeling like you're an imposter is 100% normal, particularly when you're doing something you don't know how to do. It's normal. It's not a syndrome. You're not sick. You're not broken. There's not something wrong with you, unless you start identifying with it so much that you don't take the risks, the steps necessary to stop feeling like an imposter, okay? Here's the strategic mastery wheel. Here's how to get over the imposter syndrome. Okay, and it does tie into the previous thing I said about setting goals. So we set an objective, a SMART goal. We make our massive action list and we go away and we do it, or we try to do it. Then we measure the outcome. we learn something, we get some feedback from those measurements, and we measure ourselves against the objective. Did we achieve it? Did we achieve it by 50%? Did we achieve it by 20%, 75%? Are we moving in the right direction? What can we learn? Okay, good. Now let's do it again. Now, here's why you can't consider this a syndrome, because particularly when you start out, guess what? When you go out there and you do and try something, guess what shows up? Have a guess. You're an imposter monkey. You're right. So let's not call it syndrome. I want to call it the imposter monkey, right? And guess what? We all have the imposter monkey. Like the business I have now, VetX, we're making new stuff up every day. We're innovating new things. We're finding, like, we're dealing with problems that nobody's dealt with before, right? We're creating new things all the time. You might have heard a blunt dissection podcast. It was one of the first podcasts in veterinary medicine out there. Now there's 20 others, lookalikes, copycats, right? But blunt dissection was the first. Did I feel like an imposter going out there interviewing people back then? Heck yes. But I kept going. Are the first episodes, like, are they not that great? They were okay, but I look back and they weren't as good as they are now, because I wasn't as good at it then as I was now. But if I'd have just let the imposter, the feeling of being an imposter, win, would I have done an episode 2? Would I have even done an episode 1? I might never have clicked publish, because the imposter says, I'm not good enough at this and I'm going to get found out. Well, good. If you're not good enough at it, good. You don't just want to get found out. You want to make that known, because that's how you get help. You want to go out there and you actually want to go find help. Okay, you want to get mentors. And that's where this massive action list comes from. The imposter stops you making your massive action list, because the imposter defeats you before you've even started. Friends, all you've got to do is high five your imposter monkey, because your imposter monkey, it's not a syndrome. It shows you you're on the right path. It's your true north. Like, if you're doing something and you don't feel like an imposter, you're in comfort. There's no growth in comfort. You've arrived. You're amazing at something. Guess what you're amazing and good at? Sitting down in the university library and shoving book knowledge into your head and showing up for the exam, trying not to vomit on the exam paper, scrawling in illegible handwriting at 1,000,000 miles an hour for 3 or 4 hours, enough keywords that a lecturer could recognize to give you the marks and to move on to the next area. You're actually pretty good at doing that, right? Whatever percent you get in the exams. But when you get out into the world, you're going to feel completely like an imposter. Actually, I'll let you in a little secret. I felt like an imposter mostly through vet school. I didn't feel like I fitted in vet school at all. Not until final year, and not until I met clients. And then it changed for me. Then it clicked. But for the rest of it, I felt like the dumbest guy in the class, mostly because I probably was. And a lot of the time I spent asking myself, is this really for me? So don't worry about the imposter. High five the imposter. Use the imposter as just a signal that you're not where you need to be yet, and use that as motivation to keep going. Because so what if you look stupid? So what if you get the wrong answer? So what if you fail? Everything in life, everything in success, like, you have to fail in order to succeed. Okay? Think about anyone that you admire right now. I want you to think of somebody right now that you admire deeply. Doesn't have to be in veterinary medicine. It can be in any aspect of life. Think about that person right now. You got somebody in your head? You got them? All right. You should do a little research on that person and find out how many times that they failed. How many times over did they fail? Lauren, I'm going to ignore that one. Because I bet you the answer is loads. And certainly it's true for me. Like, for every success, there's 10 failures. For every step forward, there was 10 missteps. You know, for everything that I can now do and execute at a high level, man, it took a while to get there. You have to not let the feeling that you're not good enough stop you, and you have to recognize it for what it is. And you cannot label it as a syndrome. You cannot allow it to stop you pushing through those moments. What you must do is make a plan. What you must do is keep trying. What you must do is get a mentor. What you must do are read journals. What you must do are just keep going and make that massive list of things and keep trying and banging at the door. Because when you do that, Every little step forward you take, even if it feels like a step backward, you're getting experience, you're learning, you're getting feedback, and you're getting closer to your objective. And pretty soon, you won't feel like an imposter at that thing anymore. But guess what? The next thing you try and do, you'll feel like an imposter again. Awesome. How cool is that? You get to learn even more, because learning and growing satisfies one of your most basic human needs, the need to grow. And when you grow and you learn and you get better, you start being able to satisfy your other human needs. Okay, you start to self-actualize, and that feels pretty damn good. But if you let that little monkey win, no, you lose. You can't afford to let it happen. So don't label it something it's not. Okay? And that kind of brings me to the last of the points, and that is you're going to get what you deserve. Okay? You can't go into this profession or this life expecting stuff to be handed to you on a plate. You can't go into it thinking you're going to be awesome without the work. It's not the way it works. And too many graduates come in either with a sense of entitlement that you're owed something. You're owed nothing. None of us is. You're going to have to work for it. If you got into veterinary medicine and you hadn't figured out that there was going to be some hard work when you got out of vet school, you just didn't think it through well enough. But you're smart. Right? You can absolutely, if you can get in vet school and you can work your way through vet school and you can learn all of those lessons, then you can learn the other lessons needed for success. Okay. But you're going to get what you deserve. And that means you're going to get out of this career what you put into it. If you choose to spend time hanging out with negative people who beat up on clients and you convince yourself that clients are all bad because that's the tribe you chose to hang out with, then guess what? You're going to hate clients. You're going to hate it. You're going to be a cynical person. You're going to beat up clients on Facebook, and you're going to burn out and leave the profession too, right? Be very, very careful about where you intentionally direct your energies and whose energies you allow to get in your brain and to help guide and motivate you. Make sure they're positive, my friends. There are so many people out there that are doing good things in this profession. And there's so many people that are empowered and venting and angry on Facebook. You've got a choice, okay? But you will absolutely get what you deserve. If you put in the hard work, if you're willing to embrace the suck and the failures and you keep going, then there are highs along the way, loads of them. If you do the work to learn to enjoy your relationship with clients, and it's one of the best feelings. It's why I still love being a vet. Like tomorrow, I'm excited to go to my practice and meet some clients tomorrow, because every new client I get to meet is a new relationship, a new friend. It's a new opportunity to have a new friend and a new impact on another life, not just the animal life, but the human and the family life, right? If you go at your day with that intent every day, this career is incredibly rewarding. Will you make as much money as a doctor or a lawyer or a dentist? No, you won't, but you'll make enough to be comfortable. And for some, you can make a lot of money if that's your thing. But what you mustn't do is rob yourself of the opportunity to experience the joy of amazing relationships and the joy of fixing animals. When you put those two things together, this is the best damn job that you could have chosen. So don't be sad that you chose it. Don't feel like you made a mistake. You didn't. The power is entirely yours as to whether you have a good career or not. All you've got to do is reach out and take it. All right. And as you go along the way, make it your intention, make it your purpose, make it your choice to have fun, to be something positive in somebody else's life, to impact somebody else in a way that puts a smile on their face. It is just a choice. So much of what we spend our time worrying about are all self-generated doubts or self-generated notions of what's going on. They're not actual reality. They're just the way we choose to experience reality. So make an intentional choice to put a smile on the face of others. You'll find your day improves, and you'll find everybody else's day improves around your practice. All right. If you work on these actions, you're definitely going to see positive change. Okay. So I promised you some success resources, did I not? So I'm going to run through some stuff here, and I'm going to, in the chat box as well, let's see if I can just ping this in the chat box. And you can start warming up your questions just now. But here's the first resource. And the easiest way to get your paws on this is to get your phone, having just told you not to use phones, get your phone and switch your camera on. And then you can just let the camera, don't take a photo, but if you put the camera, point the camera at the QR code, then it'll bring down a little bar at the top, which you can click on. And it's going to take you to a download page on your device. Okay, now you can do this in a laptop, or you can screen grab this and do this afterward. That's absolutely fine. Or in the chat box just now, I've posted in the links to each of these resources. But the first resource is a career success roadmap. So that little how to set goals and prioritize, that little process is what's in this career success roadmap. So it's going to, it goes through the things that you absolutely must do in order to have this the planning steps you need to take to have a great career, but it's also going to talk through 3 of the biggest pitfalls that tend to scupper people's careers as well. Okay, so I think that's a pretty valuable resource for you right there. Okay. The second one is we do have kind of a positive Facebook community out there. It's called the Veterinary Career Success Group. So here's my invitation to you all. Jump on Facebook, and please search for the Veterinary Career Success Group, or again, you can use your camera and you will get a link if you use your camera to scan over that QR code, or you can look in the chat box just now and there's a little link to the Veterinary Career Success Group as well. Okay, and those are completely free. Okay, now inside of that group, we post, you know, at VetX, we produce a news review, we produce at least a blog about career success and a podcast every single week to help you engage with your career and give you inspiration, but not just inspiration, insight, information, actionable stuff that can help you have a great career. Okay, so there's lots of content. It's a positive place. We've got a community manager, and their job is to make sure that the actions, the engagements are positive. So show up, ask your questions, look for some support. It's 2,500 or more than 2,500 now. The group is growing quickly. We would love to have you and your voice in there as well and to help you. Okay, and I jump in there every couple of weeks and we do live Q&A as well. So I think there's a lot of value for something that's completely free. Okay, and the last resource, and this one is this one's sadly not free, but it's the book I wrote is called So You're a Vet Now What? Okay, it comes in paperback, there's an ebook, and it's just come out and there's an audiobook version as well. And the book is all about, again, it's a lot deeper than what I've gone into today, but it's all just lessons that I wish somebody had taught me day one when I was actually earlier than that, much earlier than that, days at vet school that would have just made you know, if I'd have learned these things at vet school, they would have made a difference. So this is basically 2 decades of career summarized down into just under 200 pages. It's an easy book to read. We would love to get a copy out to you. And it's like £10. So $14, $15. You know, if you get the digital version, it's instantly available to you, no postage. But we do ship all over the world as well. So feel free to grab a copy. Okay, and as Lauren said, yes, we do have the VetX community. We do have, it's called Thrive, the course. But you know, you guys are early in your career just now. You know, the other resources are probably the most effective for you. But we want you to be aware of Thrive so that when the time comes, as you're getting close to your final year, know that there is a professional skills training class available that teaches you the foundational stuff that you need to have a great career in medicine. Okay, but I'm not here to, you know, sell that to you. I just want you to have these resources as useful things that will help you in your career moving forward. Okay, that's what I've got for you just now. So how about, Lauren, let's hit some Q&A. Shall we do that? We got what? We got about 15 minutes left, something like that. That's perfect Q&A.
Yes.
So
perfect. Thank you very much, Dave. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it a lot, and I will give also now the floor to the participants. You can raise your hand, you can use the chat. Dave, do you remember how to unmute them? Or otherwise, Adinda. Okay, I think Adinda and Nadia can also support you. Okay, so cool. People, if you have questions, you can raise your hand, and when Dave says, okay, this person can talk, we will make it possible for you to unmute yourself.
All right, so I'm seeing some hands getting raised here. So Adinda, you've got your hand up first. So did you want to talk? I think you can probably unmute yourself there, can you?
Yeah, I can unmute myself.
Hooray.
Doctor, thank you for your amazing presentation. I actually have a question about when you said to overlap your task, but recently I've learned that doing a multitasking, oh wait, is overlapping your task is the same as multitasking? Because I recently learned it is better to just manage your time and focus at one task at a time rather than dividing your focus to different and multiple tasks. Thank you.
That's a great question. Thank you, Dina. So the answer, the question is is this not multitasking, and is multitasking not something that's silly and actually not that good? And Dina, I agree 100%. Multitasking is not the best way to get through your, to do something and to get through your day effectively. But I have an opinion on this, and that is you have to be flexible in a veterinary practice. So there are things that you're going to have to do. Like if you look at a receptionist job in veterinary practice, their job is multitasking. There's no way that you can say, I'm going to answer this phone and I'm going to ignore everything else that's going on, because you've got a client there, you've got a phone running there, you've got a pet that just pooped on the floor there, you've got a vet over your shoulder asking for something. It's almost impossible. But it's multitasking will cause you to make more errors. It'll take you longer to do things. And where multitasking is absolutely disastrous is when you're having to do deep, thoughtful work. Okay. So for somebody in my position where, most of my day now is thought about creating content or thinking deeply about problems and how we might solve them as a profession or for my clients. Thinking about the business and ways to move either business forward, whether it's my practice or whether it's VetX. Those are profound, big questions that require time and space and attention. And the thoughts don't always, it's not a problem where you start at point A and work to point B and there's a sequence of things you've got to do in order to get it done, like an operation or doing a bill. So that kind of work, you really can't, you've got to kill interruptions. You've got to avoid interruptions. But in practice, what I would suggest is that the overlapping tasks, there's an intent where if you're going to start an operation and there's a big gap of time between being able to do part 1 and part 2, that you use the time more effectively and you gather that information. Because when your animal is being pre-medded, you've got quite a long while if it's done subcutaneously before you have to do something else. Now, in my example, I suggested you could fit another operation or a short procedure in there. But if that's not, you might also be able to use that time to start writing up your note template or to input your invoice as you expect it to be. Or you might use that time to make client calls. Okay, my animal's pre-medded. I'm going to make some calls on blood results. And I'm going to focus time for this half an hour, bam, on that one topic. And I'm just going to hit blood results. I'm not going to do one blood result, then an insurance form, then I'm going to speak to a client, an inbound call, because that's distracting. I think when you've got one single task and you want to get that one thing done, but maybe there's 10 times you're going to do that, like an insurance form. Once you get into the flow of doing the insurance forms or the repeat prescription requests or the laboratory results, a task that can be, a group of tasks that requires the same skill set, try and keep those things together, because that's single tasking, even if it's done as part of a bigger sequence. So I've given my pre-med, I'm going to do surgery, but it's going to be 40 minutes of time. I can actually get about 5 or 6 client calls done then and clear that off of my to-do list, and they're grouped together as a single group. Okay. So to that extent, it's not really multitasking. Multitasking would be, okay, I'm going to give the pre-med, then I'm going to make one call to a client. Whilst that call's coming in, I'm going to be thinking about my insurance form, and then I'm going to do my insurance form. And then halfway through my insurance form, I get interrupted by a reception message and I stop doing my insurance form to do that. You're going to do garbage work if you do that. You're going to be stressed out. You're not going to get stuff done. You're going to make mistakes. And remember, mistakes take more time to fix than doing things right first time. So Adina, I hope that sort of, the two concepts do look somewhat contradictory, but they're not really. It's about grouping tasks into a slot that it can fit and staying on point with that, whilst actually making the best use of your time where there's dead time. I wouldn't, for example, stop an operation and coming out of an operation halfway through to go do my phone calls, right? That would be mental. But if I'm not scrubbed into the op, and what I might be doing instead was having a cup of tea and doing nothing, I would rather do my calls in that space than wait till the end of the day and do them, you know, an hour. If I'm staying at the practice for an hour late to do my calls, where else could I have got them in my day so I can go home on time? Because it's important to have that balance between work and life. So that's where time management really starts to be incredibly important. I hope that was a useful answer.
It is. Thank you so much, Doctor.
It was a great question. Okay, Bella is in Indonesia, and I'm going to allow you to unmute Bella. So I think you're mute.
Dave,
go ahead.
Dave, one short input. If you unshare your slides,
oh yeah,
we will be able to see you actually.
Perfect. Okay, good on you. Thank you. Just stop the share.
And yes, Bella, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
There we go.
Okay.
Now you're seeing me in two places. Whoa, that's all crazy.
Okay, Bella, I shortly make you a presenter then, and then maybe you can unmute or try it again.
As Bella's doing that, if any of you have other questions, please just drop them in.
Oh yeah, Bella, type your question, and meanwhile we can take another question.
Yeah. Okay. So, are you seeing any other questions in the?
Oh,
chat?
she already typed it. She was.
Oh, nice one. Okay, brilliant. So, you often find yourself going through the cycle being in and out of good and bad habits. Some periods of time would be amazing and on a roll, and other periods of time should just be a lazy potato. How do we make good habits stick and bad habits not only go away, but also stay away? Thank you. So I think one of the things is you have to attach whys to your whats. Okay, so I'm going to use an example of running here. Okay, so I like to run, and actually I don't. I hate to run. It's miserable, and I actually don't enjoy running at all. But I went through this phase of running and then stopping, and running and stopping, and it was like, you know, if you've not run for a while, you just know that the first 2 weeks are pain. You know, you're going to do your first one and you get it done, and then you're like, oh great, that wasn't so bad. And then you get the muscle cramps the day after. And then by day 3, you can't walk. And then by day 4, you're, well, at my age anyway, day 4, you're starting to feel a bit better. And day 5, you can get another run in. Okay, but it's not as good because your muscles are still a bit sore and you feel crappy. And then you go through that cycle. And so you have to get maybe 3 or 4 runs under your belt before your muscles can recover and now you're feeling good. Well, I just went through this phase of getting in runs 1 and 2 and then stopping for a month. Either by injury or I just made excuses for other things that were more important to me in that moment. And so I was just stuck in the constant Groundhog Day of running being awful and never getting out of that stage. So how I got over that, Bella, and I think there's an analogy in here that maybe you can take and apply to your own situation. But a couple of things. I had to force the issue. And so over a decade ago, maybe 15 years ago, I had gotten into triathlon in a reasonably big way. And I moved to Australia, and weirdly, I never did triathlon in Australia, even though the water is beautiful for swimming in when there's not jellyfish. So I just didn't do it. So last year, or not last year, since we didn't do anything last year, but the year before, I said, right, I'm going to enter a triathlon in my hometown of Brighton, and I gave myself a goal. And so I had to run. And also, you know, I went through a pretty, you know, I got divorced that year as well, and it wasn't so much fun doing that. So, and then I ended up with a little blood pressure issue because it's kind of stressful to go through. And running is absolutely one of the ways that I maintain my mental, physical, you know, emotional health. And so I ended up with some pretty big levers that even when I feel like I don't feel like going running, and if you follow me on Instagram, And I'll put up a slide at the end so you know where to go and do that if you feel so inclined. You know, I talk about and share my stories when I go running, and you know, the last in winter, it's horrible. Like it's been -2 the last little while here, and you know, have I wanted to get out of my bed at all? No. But have I wanted to go running and get out of bed? Hell no. But I know that if I don't, that there's an impact on my mental well-being, and I know that if I don't, then you know, I'm not going to be in as good shape for doing triathlon when eventually we get back to doing that. And so I just the lever for me to go, the reason for me to go is so much more powerful than the reason for me to stay. If I stay, I put my health at risk with blood pressure issues, and I don't want to take medication for it. So it's perfectly manageable. You know, I'm a high drive person, so it's not a problem. But I know that I have to, you know, do certain things and avoid certain things. And if I do that, happy as Larry, I'm all good. So, you know, I know in the back of my head, boom, that thing's there. It's cemented, it's planted in there. So for you, if you've got some good habits, it's like, okay, what good things happen because of these good habits? What's at stake? Really zero in on what do you want? Because life and the outcomes you get in life are all about this series of choices that you make. What do you commit to? What are the series of decisions that you make? Because ultimately, those decisions are what guide your pathway through life. They're going to bring you joy. They're going to bring you happiness. They're going to bring you sadness. Some decisions might bring you wealth. Some will bring you more time. Some less. Some you'll make in alignment with your values, and so they feel good. And others will be bad decisions because they're not. It's the quality of your decision making at the end of the day that determines the quality of your life. And so, Bella, my advice is that you get really clear on why you want to do something, and then you get clear on the things that you're going to commit to doing to making those things happen. And you just check in with those things whenever the decision point comes up, or the urge to do the thing that is good. You're like, bam, great, I'm going to get after that. And every time you do it, you just you make a little furrow. You create this little, you strengthen that muscle, or you plow the furrow a little bit more, and that becomes your pathway. And every time you say no to the thing that's no good, then that feels good as well in the end, because you've held yourself accountable. And honestly, the difference between people who do well and have success is the discipline of being able to do those things. It's the clarity to know that this is true, and then the discipline to execute on it, particularly in the big moments. What do you say yes to? What do you say no to? So I love this question, because you might not have thought it such a big, profound question, but actually it really is. It's one of the best questions you can wrestle with at all. So there you go. I hope that is useful. Right, so I'm seeing Robin has got a question here. I'm seeing 3 minutes as well, so I can see Robin, and I think, is it Mariah in there? Anyway, I'll try and get to both of these. So Robin's the first year. You've been getting quite focused on trying to get really good grades, but the anxiety seems to suck the joy out of this degree. You worry if you let up, you won't have the knowledge to serve me, or more importantly, clients down the line. Finding balance is quite hard. Robin, let me help you out. 1 minute. Nobody cares what grade you or anybody else gets in vet school except you. And how many graduates have I hired over the years? Loads. I haven't, I'm almost inclined to not take the people who got the honors or the distinctions and the merits, because they've not been focusing on the right stuff. So, I don't see that as a positive necessarily. And if it's sucking the joy out of life for you, why are you doing it? Don't let things be in your life that suck the joy out of life for you. So why don't you find balance? Life is all about balance. If you want the poem that unlocks the what life is all about, then read Dr. Seuss's or The Places You'll Go. It's all in there, right? That is the only poem you ever need to read if you're looking for guidance in life, right? But don't worry about being the superstar and getting those grades at vet school. You might have been that in your school. I never was. So I never had this sort of gene in me. I wasn't top of the class at my school, let alone when I got to vet school. I got there by grafting, and then I stayed there by getting the C's. That's all I needed to get. But I had an amazingly good time. I played rugby. I took part in all the extracurricular stuff. I was hall president, year president, ran the comedy review disastrously, set up these sports things, all sorts of stuff just to get involved. Life is about balance, Robin. Getting the grades, getting the top of the class, let that go. That's what you needed to get into vet school. It's not the thing that's going to serve you on the other side. All right. I hope that is useful. And Mariah says, I think it's Mariah, it seems so many new grads are just brought on to cover rooms and take the load off tenured staff. How to identify a clinical or positive environment and strives for education and growth? Brilliant question. Your first job choice is massive. Do not choose for money. Choose for having a little clarity about what you want and need as an individual. That's clinically, but that's also emotionally and support-wise, and look for evidence that that is something they can commit to. Okay, you've got to be able to show up with something, with some energy, some attitude, be willing to put in the work, but you need mentoring, you need support, and so what does that look like for you? Perhaps that means spacing out appointments. Perhaps that means giving you longer appointments. Perhaps that means making sure that every week you've got a scheduled check-in with somebody who's a mentor. Perhaps that means that you get a day off a week. What does that mean for you? You've got to start to understand that and know that. But the other thing I want you to think about is, what are your values? What are those things that really matter to you more than anything else? I didn't know what those even were until probably 10, 12 years after graduation. I hadn't even considered that. And when I learned about what those were, suddenly I was like, oh, so that's why that thing didn't go so well there. Wish I'd have known. So try and work out what your values are as well. Hey guys, these are brilliant questions. We talk about all of this stuff within the VetX community. It's almost, we obsess on this stuff because it's so fundamentally important to all of you. So I kind of hope that these are very useful. I can see other comments from other folks on the call offering insight as well, which is brilliant. Thank you. Lauren, we're kind of bang up on time here, man, so I don't want to...
you can answer one more question, maybe the one from Kayla.
Where's that? Let me just see.
The long one, the newest.
I think loads of long ones. Okay. What was the name you wanted me to look at?
Michaela.
Michaela, I don't see a Michaela.
Conroy.
Ah, hold on. Is that? Yeah, say, got it. Yep, okay. All right. So your fourth year RVC, how do you deal with clients who are angry for things you can't fix or who don't want to listen to you? For example, due to an inherent bias, you're currently working at a clinic or have experienced this firsthand. Angry client is not willing to listen to you about the clinic's policy of not allowing anyone in the building because of COVID. So our male vet went to speak to the client. The client calmed down and didn't give him a hard time. Female vet I work with has expressed their struggle with this issue, walking on eggshells with certain clients because they sometimes won't believe she's competent due to her gender. How can we cope with this problem in the vet industry to give patients the best treatment possible whilst trying to maintain good relationships with clients? Michaela, this is a hard one to comment on because, when I graduated, I was 22. I looked young. I still had acne. I looked so young. I look back in the photographs, and I remember showing up one night in it was shorts, a baseball cap, a jacket, and I just didn't look like a vet or a professional. And the client was like, "When's the vet getting here?" And I'm like, "I'm here." And they're like, "You don't look like a vet." I went, "Well, I can go back to bed if you'd prefer." It's 2 a.m. and I don't see anyone else coming. I was such a jerk, right? But I looked young, and the point was that I did look young, and so there is a youth bias for sure. Now, there is certainly you are going to encounter people who and they're guys who try to bully or bowl people over and who will treat you differently than they might treat me. if we were the same age. And you'll encounter people who will treat receptionists differently to how they'll treat you. People will treat receptionists like dirt, and they'll say things to receptionists. They won't say those things to you. The single best thing you can do is understand how to communicate effectively so that you don't empower behavior like that. When we speak without confidence, or we don't sound sure of ourselves, we are giving off signals that are not just verbal, but they're body language signals as well, that we don't feel confident in what we're saying. Okay, so if we're timid, if we fear the bully is empowered. So we can't do that. But equally, we can't stand up, and what you don't want to do is, you got to stand up to bullies, but what you don't want to do is create a situation where you're going to make somebody angry, or you escalate situations. And so partly this is it's learning communication skills in an assertive fashion. That unfortunately there are biases. We see them all over. I see another question about discrimination. There's racial discrimination, gender discrimination, age discrimination. All of these things are abhorrent, but they are biases that are out there in people's brains. Just look at what we've just done in Britain with Brexit, largely driven by some kind of bias agenda. And in my opinion, not a great decision. So we have these things that are out there. We can't really expect that we're going to change the world like that. That's probably beyond our individual power. So what can we change about our assertiveness, our body position, our tone, our language, so that we are able to stand up to people like this? And listen, Nicol, one of the things I can tell you is it does get better with time. It gets better with practice. But my biggest suggestion is that's where things like role playing come in really, really handy, where somebody can actually act out the character of the bully, of the person who wants to come in, who shows up with 16 people in their family expecting to get in for their dog's euthanasia in a COVID world, who are all actually upset and angry, not with you, but with the situation. The thing is, you've got to maintain your emotional state, because once you understand how to keep your emotional discipline, then you've got to think about what is this person's best emotional state to make good decisions in as well. And angry isn't that state. So when we get defensive or we hide behind a policy, well, it's a practice policy to do this. I almost never want to go there, because that always feels like, you're blaming the practice policy. I'll generally say, listen, and it's the 5-step strategy. I hear you. And I understand. I would be completely frustrated with this situation as well. So, if I'm hearing you right, this is the end of your dog's life. This dog means a lot to all of you, and you want to say goodbye. I get it. I really do. And I'm really sorry that we can't do that just now. But the fact is we can't, because if any of you have COVID and none of us know, and we get it, we're going to have to close the practice. And for 2 weeks, there is no veterinary care anywhere. Like, I'm afraid we just cannot take that risk. So what we can do is this. I know it's not ideal. How would you like to proceed? And Michaela, in that 5-step strategy, there's a little communication toolkit that when you do it with empathy and you maintain your emotional state, that you're in a good shape. I whenever I hear the conversation going, well, sorry, it's not the practice policy to do this, I cringe a bit inside, because I know that's going to be inflaming the other person, because it sounds like being a job's worth. There's a reason there is a policy. Explain the reason. Hey, listen, there's a reason that we do it this way. Let me explain that to you. I know it's not nice. It doesn't seem kind. I would hate it as well, but it's the world we live in right now. This is the best we can do. Do you want to do it, or do you not? Right? If you do that, things will be more, they'll be better. If you get mad because you feel like somebody's, judging you or being biased against you for this, that, or the other, your emotional state's not in the best state to be able to help that situation, and probably you'll escalate a situation. I don't have time to tell you so many ways that I've done this myself in my career. Like, please don't think that when I say this with confidence just now that I always had these outcomes. I didn't. Like, I had the people that, you know, didn't take me seriously because I looked young, and all of that, all of the things you're experiencing just now. And I appreciate what I didn't have was I didn't have the female gender bias, okay? And that is there in society, and it's horrible. But the way that you address that with an individual is just by not taking any bullshit, right? By being assertive without being rude. You know, remember that your objective, keep this in mind, is to help that animal and win that person over, because that's how you'll change that bias, by not being the thing that they think you are. When you show up and you do a great job, then you challenge the bias. When we are moved to behave in a way that because of another person's actions reinforces that bias, it's twisted, but it, you know, the bias is enhanced. So it's hard. I'll acknowledge that. It does take, it's like everything. It's called veterinary practice for a reason. And in actual fact, it shouldn't be called practice. You know, the phrase practice makes perfect is not a helpful phrase. It's practice makes progress. So practice, role play. That's how I would deal with that. And Michaela, I hope that is useful for you. And I'm sorry we've not got time to do everybody's questions, but the group, the Veterinary Career Success group, you know, please fire questions in there. We love the questions. We use the group to do answers for the Veterinary Career Success podcast. So we love questions, and there's, you know, I spend a lot of my time every week just answering questions for people. So please, if you want to continue the conversation, have the questions, jump in there. And if I can, just as a last second, may I just share the place to grab my, if I bang that back up there again. A couple of last slides, a couple of last quotes I actually just wanted to leave you with. This one I loved from Helen Keller. Now, if you don't know who Helen Keller is, read about her. If you think your life sucks, your life doesn't suck. Read all about Helen Keller. She's an inspiring woman. And she said this: character cannot be developed in ease and quiet, i.e. comfort. It's only through experience and trial and suffering, i.e. feeling the imposter, being in growth, can soul be strengthened, ambition inspired, and success achieved. We have to be anti-fragile. So the difference between who you are and the person who you want to be is what you choose to do. All right, my friends, that is it from me. Please, I want you to have a great career. I've had a great career. I would do it all over again tomorrow, no questions about it. And I'd love to help you do the same. I hope that talks like this help. And yeah, if you want to continue the conversation, then I'm on the socials at Dr. Dave Nicol. And please ping me, give me some feedback on the session. Mic dropped. Boom.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dave. That was amazing. I'm sure we learned a lot today. Not only about veterinary medicine, also your communication skills, tips will be useful for many situations in life, I guess, for everyone. So thank you very much, and we really appreciate your time. And yeah, please guys, join the Facebook group, hit him with some questions, and I'm sure he will be happy to answer them. Cool. Nice. Thank you very much, Dave. Guys, get a break. The next session will start at sharp, and yeah, see you there. Thank you very much, guys, for being here. I love that the spectrum was so
I see the option to share my PowerPoint. Do you need to enable something?
Do you have like after the camera and the mute has like a little square with an arrow?
Yeah, I see that, and then it points down, but then there's nothing below it.
Does it give you option for desktop or window?
It doesn't give me an option for anything.
You can try Control Shift and E.
Nada.
Any other options, Ina, or should I go ahead and download PowerPoint?
Yeah, I think maybe we should go through the route that you share the PowerPoint and then give Stephen the control of the PowerPoint.
Okay. Okay. Welcome everyone. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Sorry for the technical difficulties we're having. So welcome to Hemp CBD Basics for Veterinarians by Stephen Cital. He's a registered vet tech and he's considered one of the cannabis experts, so we will definitely be learning a lot from him today. So let me try this. Is that working or?
I do see it. That'll work for me.
Okay, I can try to.
Yeah. Should I send you the PowerPoint? Would that be better for you?
Yeah, probably if you want to like scroll through easier.
I can do that. I put it in that link this morning through the Google Drive thing. I just sent it somewhere. And then it's also in the Google Drive link that I got. While they're getting that set up, good morning, everybody. My name is Stephen Cital. I'm out of California. It is a very early 6 a.m.-ish, and I was telling the organizers earlier, I am not 100% because I got my second COVID vaccine yesterday and my arm is killing me and I'm starting to feel the body aches. So please bear with me. I get really excited about this topic, so I don't think it'll affect things too much. But I hope you're in for it because this is a lot of pharmacology. We're going to talk about some of the studies as far as the clinical use of these types of products. And then the most important thing, because this is plant-based medicine, it's not going to be cut and dry. It's not going to be black and white as far as dosing for all things. It's not going to be a one-dose-fits-all kind of idea that we have with conventional medications and pharmaceutical drugs that are approved by regulatory bodies. So you're going to get all this information, which I hope will be helpful to you because at least here in the United States, we have a bunch of clients asking about these types of products for their pets all the time. This lecture is focused mostly on small animal, cat and dog. There is information for large animals and chickens and other random species as well. So if you guys want me to touch on that just a little bit, I'm happy to do that in the questions portion. Did we get the PowerPoint yet?
Sorry, I have too many screens open. Yes, I am.
Awesome.
It's just opening now. So.
While we're getting that up, is anyone actually learning about the endocannabinoid system or cannabinoids in school? I know some vet school curriculum is starting to pick this up now, outside of just toxicology. Anybody learning about this yet? That seems to be the case, yes. Mentioned but not explained. To be fair, it is a fairly new science, so I think a lot of people are, I mean, a lot of people are, and we as scientists and researchers are still figuring out the potential of the system, so to be expected.
Ina, do I have to give control first?
So you can just give the control at this point. It might be easier that way because you can still open the full screen after that. So.
And how do I do that?
You go to the top corner of your screen and then just click with the left. Or not corner, just the top line. And then you will see this darker bar that says give control.
I'm using Chrome, so I don't have like the same things.
All right. Hold on. Yeah, it might not be possible in that case.
I'm happy for you to just cue you to say next slide.
Okay. So does that come up okay for everyone?
Looks good to me.
Okay.
Awesome. All right. Hi, everybody. I did my introduction already, so next slide. When we start talking about these products with pet owners or amongst yourself with other colleagues, there are some really important terms to consider when we're talking about cannabis in general. So when we say the word cannabis, it means kind of a bunch of different things to a bunch of different people in a bunch of different places. Cannabis sativa L is actually, Cannabis sativa L is actually the genus species name for this type of plant. So it's kind of like the umbrella term that can can be used interchangeably for all kinds of different things. Here in the United States, cannabis has a specific legal definition of meaning marijuana. Now, marijuana is a cannabis plant that has been used medicinally and recreationally for centuries. Marijuana, as defined by at least the EU and the United States, is typically a plant that has greater than 0.3% THC. THC is a molecule in the cannabis plant that gets people and animals high. And then under the same genus, there's a plant known as industrial hemp. And industrial hemp has a definition of having less than 0.3% THC in it. So by and large, you are not going to get intoxicated by hemp versus what you can get from marijuana. Now, there's also another plant out there called ruderalis, and ruderalis is being mixed either with hemp or marijuana, or there's different varieties of ruderalis coming up as well. Those are typically used to increase the hardiness of some of these plants, especially in different states where maybe it's colder or hotter, or maybe they want to increase the fiber production with hemp instead of just harvesting some of the compounds or molecules that come from these plants. So in general, cannabis is this big, overarching, interchangeable word for multiple different types of plants within this genus species that have different concentrations of these special molecules that have therapeutic effect, intoxicating effect, and arguably, you know, all kinds of other purposes for us. Next slide. Some other terminology that's really important to be familiar with are these terms up here. So phytocannabinoids are molecules that come from the cannabis plant, whether it's hemp or marijuana, and those include things like THC, those include things like CBD. There's over 100 different phytocannabinoids that have been found within the cannabis plant themselves. What's important to remember about the term phytocannabinoids, and maybe some of the stigma some people might still have when it comes to cannabis in general, is phytocannabinoids are found in almost all plants. If you consume maca flower, if you consume liverwort, if you consume echinacea, those all have phytocannabinoids in there. And we've been utilizing phytocannabinoids as either health supplements or medicines forever. So again, phyto meaning from the plant, cannabinoids is a molecule that sits on a certain set of receptors. With that, your body also creates these compounds known as endocannabinoids. So from inside, endo, and these are compounds that your body is producing for different signaling between cells. And we're going to talk about that in a second. And then we have these other compounds that are found in the cannabis plant known as terpenes and flavonoids. Terpenes are the smelly portion of the plant. So if you've ever smelled marijuana, if you've ever smelled cannabis, you know it has a really strong smell, and different varieties, I don't say strains because that's a misuse of the word, but these different varieties of cannabis plants have different smells, and that's dependent on the terpene profile of that particular plant. And those terpenes are really, really important for creating this thing known as the entourage effect that we'll talk about in a second. There's also been work with terpenes specifically and their therapeutic potential, which again, we'll talk about. And then we have these other compounds known as flavonoids. And similarly to terpenes, flavonoids are the compounds that add the flavor profile. So there's this one particular marijuana variety known as strawberry cough. And if you were to inhale some of that smoke, it definitely tastes like strawberries. So those are the flavonoids talking to you. And then we have this acronym, this abbreviation known as ECS. This stands for the endocannabinoid system. And this is the overarching receptor system, enzyme system that is responsible for the metabolism and utility of not only phytocannabinoids, but also endocannabinoids. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, there it is. All right, so the endocannabinoid system is this really elegant system of G protein coupled receptors, which is pretty interesting because we have a lot of other G protein coupled receptor types within our body. Those include things like our opioid receptors, those include things like our serotonin receptors, things like our dopamine receptors, but our endocannabinoid system is our largest G protein coupled receptor type within the body. We have two main receptor types. They are called CB1 and CB2. And the CB1 receptor is usually found in the CNS of mammals. All mammals have an endocannabinoid system. The CB2 receptor is typically found in more peripheral tissues, and that's also found on immune cells, so it's immune modulating. What's kind of interesting with the CB1 and the CB2 receptor, when we look at the evolution of these receptors, and we go back down the evolutionary chain, essentially, and we look at some of these lesser species, like known as the Hydra, which is our oldest living, most underdeveloped species that we have alive on the planet today. They have what are called ancient orthologs, or receptors that are like these CB1 and CB2 receptors, really showing the genetic evolution of these receptors in higher species. So all mammals, all birds have this endocannabinoid system. Its main purpose is really for homeostasis within the body. I know that sounds a little cliche, sounds a little woo-woo, but it really is responsible for homeostasis. And this endocannabinoid system doesn't just act with its two receptors and doing its own thing. It is constantly nudging, talking to other receptor systems that have physiological impacts within our body. We even see proliferation or increases in numbers of these endocannabinoid system receptors in times of stress and disease and traumatized tissues. Next slide. What's kind of cool, and this is just because I used to want to be an entomologist when I was growing up, through that evolutionary development of the endocannabinoid system, insects actually did not develop endocannabinoid system receptors. However, they do produce endocannabinoids. And maybe you remember from your physiology classes learning about prostaglandinoids and how important they are for normal kidney, heart, GI function. Well, insects don't create those prostaglandinoids. Instead, they use endocannabinoids as prostaglandinoids. So if you've ever tried to get an insect and try to get it high by like putting a beetle in a bottle and blowing smoke in there, it's probably not going to happen because they don't have those receptors to do that. Next slide. Okay. So when we're talking about endocannabinoids, we need to understand where they're coming from and kind of their purpose and how they're working on these receptors. And then it'll make sense how THC and CBD are coming in to affect our physiology. When it comes to our endocannabinoids, we have 5 identified in the literature so far. A lot of the researchers do believe that there are a lot more endocannabinoids, but we are still kind of in the discovery phase. As far as research that's out there on these different endocannabinoids and their physiological impacts, we have the most data on 2 endocannabinoids in particular. One is known as anandamide and one is known as 2-AG. 2-AG is our most common endocannabinoid, but anandamide is probably one of the most famous, probably because people can actually say its whole name. And it's the molecule that's responsible for that euphoric effect that you can get with THC in particular, that you can experience with THC and at low levels with anandamide within your body. Anandamide is also kind of interesting because it is actually a precursor to oxytocin. So when you have surges of oxytocin, whether it's post-coital, post-childbirth, or during breastfeeding, you have a big surge of oxytocin, but also anandamide, which then breaks down into oxytocin. So it really is this kind of bliss bonding molecule in addition to oxytocin in its more mature forms. Next slide. Now, the endocannabinoid system is so old, it has kind of this backwards production of these endogenous molecules, different than a lot of other physiological systems. So typically, we have our presynaptic terminal and our postsynaptic terminal. These are both different cells, right? Normally, a lot of our neurotransmitters come from our presynaptic terminal, but when it comes to the endocannabinoid system and endocannabinoids, when we have a depolarized postsynaptic terminal, this stimulates the production of endocannabinoids that then trickle themselves up and touch on this presynaptic terminal. And when it touches these presynaptic terminal where some of these endocannabinoid system receptors are sitting, it is then going to trigger or inhibit the production of typical neurotransmitters that we're more familiar with, things like glutamate and things like GABA. GABA being an inhibitory neurotransmitter and glutamate being an excitatory neurotransmitter. Now with that, when we have these endocannabinoids, we don't want them to hang around too long. So there are these special enzymes that come in and hydrolyze or chop up some of these endocannabinoids. And that'll be important in a second. Next slide. But besides these CB1 and CB2 receptors, we have this new understanding and expansion of the endocannabinoid system. It's not just the CB1 and the CB2 receptor, but all these other receptors that we might be more familiar with. As I mentioned earlier, serotonin receptor, dopamine receptor, other G protein coupled receptors such as GPR55, GPR18, those specific receptors are being looked at as targets for seizure disorders and for pain. We also have TRPV or vanilloid, or also known as capsaicin receptors, that these different compounds, endogenous cannabinoids, also phytocannabinoids, have affinity to. So these compounds are coming in and binding to all these other receptors outside of just the CB1 and CB2 receptor. Next slide. And that's really why people are interested in these compounds for treating a whole host of things. Now, I want to be careful because I do really believe that things like CBD and compounds like CBD have a lot of potential. However, we still have a lot of work to do, and they aren't necessarily good for everything. A couple of one case in particular, and I'll talk about the other negative thing that we have with CBD, is when we're talking about THC, it is not benign. I mean, yes, we're familiar with its intoxicating effects, but even at micro levels, micro dosages, we can have some adverse effects depending on the disease process. In particular, cancer, certain types of human cancer, in particular, squamous cell carcinoma related to HPV infection in people. THC has actually been found to be proliferative for those types of cancers. We also know that THC is probably something that we should be avoiding in heart disease patients. In general, for heart disease patients, we try not to increase the heart rate or produce tachycardia. THC can produce tachycardia. So we do have to be careful and not look at these things as benign and relatively safe for everything. But in general, they kind of are safe for a lot of things. But as we continue to do more research and parse out the specific conditions that specific phytocannabinoids are good for, we have to take a more practical and evidence-based approach, which I hope this lecture will give you some of that schema for. Next slide. Now, something else I hear in veterinary medicine, especially from some pharmacologists that are maybe less familiar with these particular compounds, is a hesitancy to use them, not knowing all the things about them or how they're being used. And I want to push back on that a little bit. Most of our anesthetic drugs, I would say all of our anesthetic drugs are induction agents. We don't know how they work in the body. We don't exactly know what else they could be doing in the body. So to say that we don't want to use something because we don't understand exactly how they're working is really kind of naive, because we know that our anesthetic drugs can safely poison an animal, and then we can reverse that and wake them back up. It's also interesting because some of those anesthetics, in particular propofol and ketamine, they actually work through the endocannabinoid system. So whether we want to manipulate the system or not, we have been forever with the drugs that we are using in practice. And also, like I said earlier, the different plants in the environment that have phytocannabinoids. Broccoli has extremely low levels of CBD in it. Hops have other phytocannabinoids in it. Again, we're exposed to these compounds all the time. It's just now we know how to concentrate them and maybe apply them for therapeutic use. Next slide. Okay, so now that we have an idea of kind of the receptors that these compounds sit on, I wanted to show you guys a little schematic here of how these things bind to these receptors, because this is actually really important as far as understanding what to expect from different products. So like I said, we have our CB1 and our CB2 receptor. Our CB1 receptor is the primary receptor when it is fully agonized, when THC is sitting in it, that you get intoxicated from. THC also has a stronger binding affinity compared to those endocannabinoids. So when you introduce THC into the system, it is going to kick off those endocannabinoids, things like 2-AG and anandamide, and take its place. Over time, that can have some detrimental effect. That is something that I think we do need a lot more research on, because it is curious to me what kind of long-term physiological impacts that can have. In that, THC, because it replaces those endocannabinoids, can downregulate or stop the production, slow the production of endocannabinoids when it is consumed regularly. Interestingly enough, at least in people, there has been some research to see how long this downregulation lasts of those endocannabinoids when you stop THC. And typically within 48 hours, your endocannabinoid system turns back on and it's producing those endocannabinoids back again. But we also have to remember, whenever we have any molecule that is sitting in the what's called orthosteric binding site of a receptor, whenever we have that, there is a potential for tolerance and there is a potential for addiction. So when people say marijuana, THC in particular, is not addicting, that is patently false. It can be addicting, and people will seek out this, especially if they're having a difficult come down from a downregulation of normal endogenous cannabinoids. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, we do have those other enzymes in our body that come and chop up cannabinoids as well. One of them is known as FA, the other one is known as MAGL. Next slide. And what's kind of interesting about FA, fatty acid amide hydrolase, is there have been pharmaceutical companies that have looked at these types of enzyme inhibitors for therapeutic medicines for other things. So we know that those endocannabinoids are really important for memory processing, synaptic pruning, synaptic formation, dealing with stress and depression. And so there was this thought that if we increase these naturally occurring cannabinoids, these endocannabinoids within our body, that we can have some good psychiatric drug. Unfortunately, when they introduced synthetic fatty acid amide hydrolase inhibitors, it built up too many of those endocannabinoids, and people were actually having psychotic breaks. They did a study in the UK where they actually did a clinical trial in people, and people were having suicidal and self-harm idealization. So they did have to stop that study. That has slowed down the development of FA inhibitors a little bit. But this is an area of interest for a lot of pharmacologists. Next slide. Now, when it comes to CBD, I just showed you that THC, if you look on the left side of this little schematic here, THC likes to take over where those endocannabinoids would be sitting in that receptor on that orthosteric binding site. That orthosteric binding site is like morphine sitting on the opioid receptor as well. That's why you can get addicted to it. That's why you get that euphoric feel. However, CBD and all the other phytocannabinoids, the other hundreds of different phytocannabinoids, don't sit in that same spot as THC. That's very unique about THC. CBD and these other phytocannabinoids sit in another spot called the allosteric binding site. And so it's kind of like this little cookie cutter spot that we see in this other receptor drawing. And when it sits in this other binding spot, this other allosteric binding spot, it changes the shape of where THC sits a little bit. So it can loosen THC's affinity up on that receptor and actually dampen some of its effects, which is kind of interesting because, next slide, we are actually seeing some people looking at developing CBD isolate products or CBD-like synthetic cannabinoids to reverse THC. So I just think this is really interesting. From the same plant, we have an agonist and an antagonist within the same plant. It's pretty awesome. Next slide. As I mentioned, we have several different phytocannabinoids. This is just a really quick little chart just to explain some of the big ones that you might hear about. CBGA, cannabigerol in the acid form, is really kind of the primary molecule that is a catalyst for all these other different types of phytocannabinoids. So the plant, the cannabis plant, when it's first producing cannabinoids, is producing CBGA. And then due to oxidation, pH, sunlight, soil quality, it then turns into other phytocannabinoids, and it may even decarboxylate a little bit as well. So it'll produce things like CBDA, it'll produce things like THCA, which then turns into THC, it produces things like CBC, all these different types of things all come from this one compound. And again, based on oxygen, based on pH, based on light, based on heat, based on soil quality and water quality, turns into these other compounds. Next slide. And we also see this kind of happen with terpenes as well. Different varieties of plants are inclined to produce different terpenes as well. Again, these are the smelly type, or the smelly parts of these plants. And you can see this really is a happy plant. This is a cross-section of a cannabis plant. You can see these little happy guys producing these compounds and squirting them through these little hairs known as trichomes on the outside of the plant. Common terpenes, it is smiling. Common terpenes that we see in the cannabis plant are known as limonene, pinene, myrcene, which is one of my favorites, and I'll tell you why in a second. We have things like nerolidol, which is another kind of citrusy smelling thing. We also see these in orange and lime and all these different fruits and veggies that you see on the screen. So these are adding that flavor profile. And then we have these other cool terpenes known as dietary cannabinoids. And one of them is known as beta-caryophyllene that we get from black pepper. So when you see things high in black pepper, they're really telling you that it has a lot of beta-caryophyllene, which can work actually very, very similarly, and in some cases almost identically to CBD within our body, which is kind of cool. And also another argument against, oh, I don't want to take CBD because I don't know what it'll do. If you like black pepper and eating a lot of black pepper, you have an idea of what CBD can do for you. Next slide. I also forgot to mention for myrcene in particular, myrcene being one of my favorite terpenes, it has some really interesting sedative and some analgesic properties. And in rodent models, they can actually reverse those sedative and analgesic effects from it with yohimbine and naloxone. So if it's being reversed with yohimbine and naloxone, we know it's working on those alpha receptors and also on those opioid receptors. Now, when it comes to toxicology, all those terpenes, at least in the United States, are considered GRAS. That's an acronym GRAS, no pun intended there. And what that stands for is generally referred to as safe. So at least in the US, you can add terpenes to food and drink products without necessarily having to contact the FDA or make some claim or whatever. When it comes to these phytocannabinoids, it's a little bit different. And when we're trying to look for toxic doses of these phytocannabinoids, there has been some interesting work done so far. So when we think of toxicity, I think most of us think of like, how much do I need to give of this compound to kill something? What is the LD50, right? So when it comes to THC in particular, there's been some really interesting LD50 work in the 1970s. In dogs and in monkeys, in particular, they were giving 3,000 and 9,000 milligrams per kilogram of THC IV to dogs and monkeys. And these dogs and monkeys were essentially comatose because they were so high from this THC, but they were unable to kill them with just these straight injections of THC. So the LD50 is somewhere above 3,000 milligrams per kilogram, which is just almost an impossible dose to get to. With that said, we can see intoxication at much lower dosages, and we can have death caused by unfortunate side effects from that intoxication. In particular, vomiting and aspiration, which seems to be the leading cause when leading cause of death when it comes to THC intoxication. Not necessarily that the compound is stopping the heart. It is negative side effects from being intoxicated. What's interesting in this study here from Colorado 2012 with 125 dogs that were intoxicated with THC, only 2 of the dogs were actually euthanized. They didn't die from these things, but they had secondary complications from that intoxication. And in talking to some emergency critical care veterinarians, some toxicologist friends of mine, we believe that if money wasn't a limitation for those 2 dogs that were euthanized, that they probably could have been pulled through. I think one of them had to go on a ventilator for aspiration pneumonia. The other one, in addition to eating THC, also ate raisins, so it had raisin toxicity. And then the other dog that passed not only had THC intoxication, but also had theobromine toxicity, so it ate chocolate. So a lot of the times when we're seeing deaths caused by edibles or whatnot, it's not necessarily the THC alone. It is usually some sort of co-intoxicant. Next slide. This is really one of the best, I think, downloads you guys can get. I think it's the most up-to-date, most comprehensive. I'm happy to send it to you if you don't have access to this. But when you do get into practice and you do deal with THC toxicity, I think this is really the manuscript that you guys should have on hand. As far as LD50 for CBD, that has still not been completely determined, only because we haven't done that in larger species at this point. When it comes to rodents, they're suggesting, again, greater than 3,000 milligrams per kilogram is probably going to be the lethal dose, or at least have enough impact on the liver where we're going to have a poor prognosis for that particular patient. Next slide. When it comes to intoxication and other untoward negative side effects that we want to avoid, there are some big considerations that we need to think of. Because at least here in the United States, this is largely an unregulated industry, there are some really bad products out there. So the quality of the product is something of concern. Again, I'm not super concerned about hurting an animal with a phytocannabinoid in particular, but there may be other nasty things within those products because it is unregulated by our government here. We also need to consider the dose and the length of use for some of these products as far as safety is concerned and other clinical conditions the animal has, polypharmacy, again, for drug-to-drug interaction, general health of the animal, and then long-term monitoring for health and success, which we'll talk about later in the presentation. Next slide. Now, when I mentioned some nasty things that we can find in these products, this is a study I helped with. It was published last year, where we pulled 30 veterinary products from the shelf and we tested them to see how much CBD, how many other phytocannabinoids and terpenes were in them. And then we also did what's called an elemental analysis, looking for heavy metals in these products. And what we found was a majority of them were safe, but some of these products that these owners are spending a good amount of money on contain no CBD at all, which is very concerning. And ironically, the more expensive products that we had to buy were the ones with less CBD in them. The other scary thing that we found in a couple of these products were high levels of lead. One of the products had so much lead in it that it would be considered unsafe to consume here in the United States or per US standards. A couple of products did have some arsenic in it as well, whether that's environmental or from manufacturing is kind of to be determined. But we do typically want to avoid products that have high levels of these heavy metals. Next slide. And to determine what these products have in them, this is something that we as practitioners, especially if these types of products are not regulated in your country, is to ask for a thing called a certificate of analysis. This is very basic. Any quality manufacturer should be doing these for any of their supplement products, not just CBD or cannabis products. So ideally, it's from an accredited lab. We should have what you see on the right side of the screen here on the screen form, a concentration breakdown of the different phytocannabinoids in this product. So I can see in this particular product that it has 1.88 milligrams per milliliter of THC I know that it has almost 27 milligrams per milliliter of CBDA, which is one of the acidic forms of CBD. And I can see that it is going to have, let's see, where's our regular CBD? 34 milligrams per milliliter of CBD. So this is going to be critical for dosing our patients. Next slide. And again, to assure the quality of these products, we should also have what's called a pesticide analysis on the certificate of analysis. Hopefully we see a lot of these NDs not detected. We should also have a terpene profile. This will give us an idea of what this particular product could do for our patient, and I'll explain that when we get to the neuro section. And then we should be looking for residual solvents. Depending on how they extract these compounds from the plant, they may use solvents to get some of those out. And we typically don't like to see any solvents if possible. But if we do, we want to make sure they were within safe limits for consumption. Next slide. Again, elemental analysis. Big things we want to look for: aluminum, cadmium, chromium, lead, and mercury. Hopefully we'll see none of those in there. Other things like aluminum that you see here has almost 1,200 micrograms per kilogram in this particular product. We have to understand which types of metals can actually be absorbed. So aluminum, even though it has almost 1,200 micrograms per kilogram, does not get absorbed through the GI, so we don't really have a concern there. And just understanding what else is in these products and how that may affect other drugs that the patient is on or their typical physiology. We should also have contaminant analysis, things like other little microbes, things like E. coli, salmonella, to make sure we're not going to get our animals sick, and then mycotoxin testing as well. Again, just to make sure we're not giving any nasty spores that can cause illness in our patients. Next slide. So long-term effects. This is always the question everyone has. Oh, we don't have any studies for long-term effects. That is not true. We have some actually really interesting data for long-term effects, at least in dogs. And cats, we don't have a lot of that yet. Next slide. One of the longest studies that we have out there for really high dosing, doses I would never use in clinic of CBD and THC actually combined, was for 56 weeks in dogs and rats. And they were actually trying to see if these high doses of THC can actually induce seizure-like activity. High doses of THC can actually induce seizures, not stop seizures, like you might hear in the media. But these dogs were receiving around 25 mg per kg of CBD and around 25 mg per kg of THC for 56 weeks. They were intoxicated for a number of weeks, but as I mentioned earlier, because THC sits on an orthosteric binding site, we can get some tolerance to THC. So by the end of the study, these animals were normalized, and none of these animals, despite this high dosing, ever had seizure-like activity. There were no other clinical manifestations that were cause of concern for these animals after the period of intoxication. Next slide. We also have a full long-term study in nematodes. Granted, their physiology is a little bit different than most mammals, but we now have a species where they have been exposed to CBD in particular for their whole life. And what was interesting with this study is the nematodes that were exposed to CBD for their whole life actually had less health concerns, and they actually lived a little bit longer compared to the animals that weren't exposed to CBD for their whole life. Next slide. And in this other long-term study, again in dogs, this is a 39-week study, and this was actually data that was submitted to the FDA. And they were using, again, pretty high dosages. These are dosages I typically don't use most of the time, starting at 10 mg per kg all the way up to 100 mg per kg. And what they found in dogs that were getting these higher doses of CBD was over time, they did see an increase in ALP, which is not a huge concern in itself if we see the ALP increase up to twofold. And then we also did see a slight increase in ALT. That was at the higher dosages, not necessarily the lower dosages. And all of the animals in the 39-week study that were getting this, again, high dose of CBD some of them did have hepatocellular hypertrophy, which is something that we see with chronic long-term use of steroids as well. So if you have an animal on prednisone for a long period of time, you are going to be seeing these same liver effects as well. In the end, this was not a huge point of concern for the FDA. It is on the label to monitor liver values, but this product, known as Epidiolex, was approved by the FDA for refractory epilepsy in children. Next slide. What's kind of interesting about the increases in ALP is we typically see higher ALP levels in neonates, right? Because their bones are still growing. It is something that we see when a woman goes on an osteoporotic drug to stop osteoporosis from happening. This is also something that we see, at least in rodent models, when they are given CBD, these increases in ALP, but also increases in osteoblast activity. So there's a lot of work going into looking at CBD as an anti-osteoporosis drug. We know that we can see increased bone density with long-term CBD use. So we are in the midst of a study looking at the specific isoenzymes of the ALP that we're seeing in animals to see if it's actually derived from bone and not necessarily liver. So that increase in ALP that we're seeing in dogs might actually be beneficial because it does seem to be the older animals or animals with osteoarthritis that do have these increases in ALP. Next slide. Now, when it comes to kind of dosing and considering the health of the endocannabinoid system and the idea of wanting to use plant-based molecules, is the endocannabinoid system has this thing called the endocannabinoid system tone, and that is dependent on how many endocannabinoid system receptors there are, how many endogenous cannabinoids your body is producing, how many of those enzymes are coming to hydrolyze some of those endocannabinoids. So depending on the health of your endocannabinoid system, which is affected by your diet and exercise and general maintenance of your physiology, will determine the utility and usefulness of supplementing with things like CBD, even low levels of THC, or any of the other numerous compounds from the cannabis plant. Next slide. When it comes to PK data available to us at this point, we have a number, I think greater than 6 PK studies in dogs looking at dosing of things like CBD in these animals. When it comes to cats, we only have 1 PK study so far. There's a couple of others in the work. So we do have a number of PK data for these compounds. And in general, we are seeing good absorption. And it's kind of dependent, again, on the particular variety of hemp or marijuana plant that was being used and what type of phytocannabinoids are in that particular product. We now know that the acidic forms, things like CBDA, the precursor to CBD and THC, and CBGA do get absorbed better than what are called these decarboxylated forms. So they get absorbed better than regular CBD or regular THC or regular CBG. Next slide. We also have that one study in the cats, the PK study in cats, and long-term study. This was actually a 12-week-long study with 2 mg per kg in cats. And in one of the cats, they did see a spike in ALT at week 4. They did not have increases in ALP like we see in dogs, but they did have, one cat had an increase in ALT. What's interesting in cats compared to dogs is an increase in ALT in cats is not of concern, but an increase in ALP in cats is of concern, and it's the complete opposite in dogs. So at this point, we don't have a lot of concern as far as liver concerns for cats and these particular products. However, based on this particular study, cats will probably need much higher dosing or more frequent dosing of these compounds because their PK, their Cmax, how much of these compounds we see in the serum or plasma never got as high as the dog concentrations that we would see in the blood. So it looks like they're probably going to need maybe double, maybe 3 times the dose to get those same concentrations that we would need in a dog. Next slide. Other interesting things to think about. So when we first started with this industry, there's a lot of interest in using these products, and there was this understanding that we should probably be using the oils like under the tongue or transmucosally. There is nothing wrong with doing that particular technique. However, the data doesn't necessarily suggest it's any better than just oral consumption. And I mean, reality, telling a dog or cat to keep something under their tongue or in their buccal space is pretty impractical. And by the end of the session, they've likely swallowed a lot of that oil anyway. So you can apply it transmucosally, you can put it under the tongue, but I am more of the mindset of just give it to them in some food because it is going to get absorbed just as well, if not better, in a food. Because again, things like CBD and some of these other phytocannabinoids are lipids, and they like to travel with other lipids and get absorbed better with other lipids on board. Next slide. Next slide. All right, well, I can keep going because I will look at what next slide would be. All right, so when it comes to transdermal applications, obviously there's a lot of interest with that, especially for people with cats, because cats definitely smell the terpenes in these particular products and definitely don't appreciate them. So there's a lot of interest in using these things transdermally. Unfortunately, like a lot of other medications, we don't see good absorption transdermally. It's a fourth or less compared to what we would see with oral consumption. There is some argument that it might be useful for things like arthritis if we were to apply these things over sore joints in particular. But in general, I typically try to stay away from transdermal. We do see some transdermal products that have permeation enhancers that are created to actually try to pull these molecules and pull them into the dermal tissues. Those seem to work well, but their Cmax and their time to the Cmax is significantly increased compared to oral dosing. So again, like I'm not completely against transdermals, but they're typically not something I would aim for just because it takes so long. There's also kind of a push for liposomal forms. I don't know, moderator, if you can advance the slides by 2. If not, I will keep talking.
So I'll probably start the presentation from my computer in a bit. Unfortunately, Alex's screen froze.
Okay,
so
no worries. I'll just keep
I'm
going.
sorry for the technical difficulties.
No worries, I'll keep going. I'm on slide 34 when you get there. So there are other products out there that are being marketed as liposomal forms of CBD. And liposomal forms is basically they take the phytocannabinoid and they wrap it in a liposome, and it's supposed to make it work better. The data is not necessarily reflective of that. So at this point, I would say liposomal is fine. I wouldn't shy away from it. But if you had non-liposomal product available, I would probably just use that instead. You're paying extra for the technology that hasn't necessarily been proven better compared to non-liposomal forms. The other argument that we hear all the time is carrier oils. So carrier oils can be beneficial for certain species. MCT oils, things like coconut oil, medium chain triglycerides. Cats really hate the flavor of MCT oils, whereas dogs don't really care. That's really the only big difference between these carrier oils. Some people suggest that LCT oils, long chain triglyceride oils, might be better for bypassing some of that first pass from the liver. Not a lot of great data to support that. So most carrier oils are probably going to be okay. I do try to stick to MCT oils or a mix of MCT and LCT oil. Now, I talked a lot about those particular compounds known as the acidic forms. There has been more research, a paper that, again, it was part of, that was published last year. We found that these acidic forms are absorbed much better compared to regular forms of CBD and even THC. And what's kind of interesting about these acidic forms is they definitely are not intoxicating. Even THCA is not intoxicating, but they have cyclooxygenase inhibiting properties. And we're going to talk about that when we get to the pain section, which we are now at. So when it comes to pain, we have at our disposal 7 osteoarthritis studies. So this is chronic pain for dogs, showing CBD is useful. There is one study from Colorado State University that showed that CBD didn't have dramatic effects, but it was still relatively positive, and there was no other negative side effects that were of big concern. So we do have 7 studies right now suggesting that CBD products can be useful for decreasing pain scores in dogs. The typical dosing is anywhere between 0.5 milligram to 2 milligrams per kilogram twice a day. Now, what you can't see, but if you have access to my slides, is I am on slide number 40.
Okay, I think we can see the presentation now again.
Yeah, I see it. Slide number 40. There you go. So what we see with the mechanism of action with some of these acidic forms, which I think is really cool, is more along the lines of non-steroidal anti-inflammatories. So CBD, I'm sure you've heard, is anti-inflammatory. It's not anti-inflammatory in the same sense as a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, but these acidic forms are. They're cyclooxygenase inhibiting. You can see that THCA, CBDA, CBGA are as potent, comparatively speaking, to non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, which is pretty cool. Next slide. Now, as far as the anti-inflammatory effects of regular CBD and THC go, is when we introduce things like CBD to our physiology, remember we have those enzymes that break down those endocannabinoids, and those endocannabinoids can be good at certain levels. When we introduce things like CBD, it preserves those endocannabinoids. It keeps them around longer. And the reason that's important is when we break down those endocannabinoids with MAGL or FA, they turn into arachidonic acid, which, as you might remember from class, arachidonic acid is kind of this catalyst for this inflammatory cascade. So if we can stop the production of arachidonic acid or slow it down, we're going to have less inflammatory mediators, such as those negative prostaglandinoids circulating around. Next slide. Now, for cancer, there's some really interesting studies going on. Next slide. And what we really need to understand when it comes to cancers, and there's a lot of misinformation out there, people saying, oh, we absolutely need to have THC to fight cancer. That is not true. In fact, the data is suggesting that we don't really need THC for a lot of things unless you want that intoxicating effect. There are some people that were saying you need THC for the entourage effect as well. That is not necessarily true either, as long as you have some of those other phytocannabinoids circulating around. And what we're finding with different cancer cell lines in particular is different varieties of plants, different ratios of CBD to THC, some of these other phytocannabinoids and terpenes will have anti-cancer effects, but on different types of cancer. So one product is not necessarily going to be anti-cancer or going to have anti-cancer effects, the same way maybe a different product would have. Next slide. And to illustrate this, there has been some in vitro cell line work with different forms of cancer cell lines in dogs with osteosarcoma, lymphoma, mammary carcinoma. And what they found was CBD by itself had good cancer killing effects. You can see that on this little bottom graph here. This is an IC50. This is killing cancer cells in a petri dish. And this is actually what doxorubicin would look like as far as its IC50 effects, whereas the acidic form of CBDA didn't really kill anything very well. Next slide. But what's kind of interesting is when you mix these things together with terpenes, you can see, wow, that has even better cancer killing effects when all these compounds are kept together. There's even some research looking at CBD as a protective agent for animals or people that are undergoing radiation therapy as well. And certainly the interest in using these compounds for negative side effects associated with cancer treatment. Next slide. Now, there is, to my knowledge, only one case report so far, and this is actually out of Thailand, where a practitioner was using a fairly low dose of a cannabis product. I couldn't really tell what the phytocannabinoid levels were, but this practitioner was giving 0.7 milligrams per kilogram twice a day to this cat. And you can see this pretty nasty sarcoma of the eye in the cat. And after they started administering this, within a series of weeks, this tumor was starting to shrink and eventually fell off by the end of treatment. There's a lot of limitations to the study, but it is a really interesting first clinical study that I've seen out as far as using phytocannabinoids and treating cancer specifically. Next slide. Interestingly enough, just touching back on those in vitro cell lines, there was another researcher looking at glioblastoma cells, human and canine, and we're finding that CBD in particular was really good at killing those specific types of cancer cell lines. It can be difficult as far as dosing, especially if we need to cross a blood-brain barrier into the brain to kill those particular cell lines. So you're probably looking at those higher dosages of CBD anywhere greater than 5 milligrams per kilogram for anti-cancer effects specifically. If we're using phytocannabinoids just for symptomatic relief as far as comfort levels, nausea, appetite, that type of thing, we can use much lower levels or dosages, 0.5 to maybe 2 mg per kg. Next slide. Neurological disorders, next slide. So obviously there's a lot of interest with pet owners wanting to use things like cannabis for seizure disorders in their pets. So far, we have one study published in dogs specifically, and it wasn't a huge success. They were trying to get at least 50% reduction in seizure activity, but the animals that were actually receiving the CBD product only had about a 33% reduction in seizure activity, which is still pretty good, especially since these animals were failing with all the other traditional anti-epileptic drugs. What I do want to comment on as far as the success or lack of success for this study is I think they were using too low of a dose. They are continuing on with a longer term study at a higher dose at 4.5 mg per kg twice a day, which I do think they will see greater success because Epidiolex, a product that is formulated for children, they're typically starting at 5 milligrams per kilogram instead of the 2.5 like was used in this study. Next slide. Tolerance. So when we're talking about THC and when it's sitting in that receptor, we can get tolerance built up. But because CBD and these other phytocannabinoids don't sit in that orthosteric binding site, tolerance is not something we usually see for all kinds of different conditions, with the exception of neurological disease. It has been reported, at least in humans, that they seem to build up a tolerance to CBD, especially if they're using it as an anti-epileptic drug. But the remedy to that is just increasing the CBD dose. It's very similar to like phenobarbital, KBR, or even Keppra, where animals over time can build up a tolerance to those particular drugs, and you may need to increase the dose. We see the same thing when it comes to neurological disease and CBD in particular. Next slide. What's also kind of interesting, and when I was talking about looking at those terpene profiles and finding a product that I think is going to be most successful for that patient, this is a great study that was done in people where they were looking at the anti-anxiety effects of cannabis. This particular product is a marijuana product, so it's high in THC, which I think can be very stressful for animals, so I wouldn't necessarily recommend it for our animal friends. But if we are looking at the terpene profile of this particular product, on the right-hand side of the screen in box A, you can see this particular product has a lot of neuroladol, which is one of the terpenes that we can see from citrus fruits as well. And if you remember, or if you buy like lotions and candles and stuff like that, and you have any of the citrus kind of smelling ones, they're usually uplifting, right? They're kind of stimulatory. They're not necessarily meant to like calm you down or soothe you, keep you nice and cool. But if you look at the terpene profile in box B, you see myrcene is a primary terpene. So by looking at terpene profiles from the certificates of analysis, I can easily assess by that, knowing what that terpene does, if this product is going to work for something like anxiety. If I saw product A, certificate of analysis, I would never have even tried it for anxiety on that particular animal. But myrcene and beta-caryophyllene, which I know works like CBD, I know that, hey, this product is probably going to be good for stress or anxiety in our patients. Next slide. And then we have some other interesting studies. Next slide. Looking at the anxiety reducing effects of these compounds in different animals. So there are some really interesting prey and predator studies out there, usually rodents or squirrels that are being given CBD products, and then there's a snake or a cat placed in front of them, and they're looking if they're having that fight or flight response, and they typically are just like, whatever, predator, I don't really care right now because I'm nice and chill on my CBD. Again, because CBD is helping with stress and memory formation. There's this fun little study that's on the left-hand side of the screen where they were giving these zebrafish ethanol. So they got them drunk, and you can see the fish is swimming all around the cage. They put a little tracker on it. And then they gave it CBD, and you can just see it's kind of chilled out and just doesn't care, and even boop, hits the bottom of the tank because it's chilled out on its CBD product. There are two recent canine studies, one specifically for noise-induced fear for dogs, and then there's another one for aggressive behavior in dogs. The noise-induced fear study failed, but there was a lot of limitations to that study. The biggest limitation being that they were using shelter dogs, dogs that were in the pound, and they acclimated them for too short of a period of time, in my opinion, and then put them in a room with loud noises. So I think as far as the study design, there's a lot of flaws, and I would like to see this repeated with maybe client-owned pets or animals that were acclimated more appropriately. So even though this is kind of a naysay study, anecdotally, I see a lot of success, and I also believe that the dose was too high that they used in this particular study. We also have the study, as mentioned, that was released this year for aggressive behavior in shelter dogs, and they did see some success. I think they would see better success with different dosing and maybe a different product profile, but they did see an overall drop in aggressive behavior in shelter dogs towards people when cannabinoid products were used. Next slide. As far as eyes go, this is where we have to be very careful. So CBD can actually increase intraocular pressure. So CBD at higher dosages greater than 2 milligrams per kilogram, I would not use in dogs or cats with glaucoma or intraocular pressure increases. There was some interest in THC, and there is some proof that THC can decrease intraocular pressures. However, over time, at least in cats, they found that there is neurotoxicity built up to the doses that you would need and the repeated doses that you would need, because the THC decreases in intraocular pressure is relatively transient. So you have to redose over and over and over. Next slide. When it comes to skin, there was this case report that I don't think has anything to do, the negative effects that we see here, the sloughing of the ears and the tongue and the paws, I don't think has anything to do with the CBD itself, but I think it has to do with the quality of the product. What's missing in this particular study was a certificate of analysis. So maybe it was full of pesticides that is causing this. This looks like a pesticide burn, right? There was no analysis assessing what other heavy metals or nasty contaminants could have been in this. So it is important to ask for the certificate of analysis. Next slide, because there are products that are coming out. You are going to see these this year, if not next year, cannabis products that do have studies behind them showing that they can increase the itch and even atopy lesions in in dogs, and then decreases in sensitivity for hypersensitivity dermatitis in cats. We have 2 studies here identifying the endocannabinoid system receptors in cats and dogs with these specific conditions. Next slide. As far as kidneys, a lot of people are hesitant to use nonsteroidal anti-inflammatory drugs for our renal patients. At least the meta-analysis papers in people and anecdotally in animals. And with receptor studies that we have in animals, we don't see a lot of those receptors in the kidneys. So it does look like they would be a safe product to give to these chronic kidney failure patients, in particular for appetite, right? Like it's super important that they keep eating and drinking, but also to keep them comfortable. It's not uncommon that a lot of these animals with chronic kidney disease are older and have arthritis and are uncomfortable, and maybe we're hesitant to put them on an NSAID. We can give them these compounds relatively safely. Next slide. When it comes to GI disorders, this is really, really interesting. And there's a lot of work going on in people. There's going to be a study starting here in the US looking at inflammatory bowel disease in dogs as well with using these compounds. And what's kind of cool about the GI is we do have, again, receptor studies in cats and dogs identifying these endocannabinoid system receptors and showing that they are all throughout the GI. So we could use a lower dose of this stuff to treat chronic inflammatory bowel syndrome or disease disorders. This has been used with success for people with chronic colitis and chronic Crohn's disease with success. In particular, if we use CBG, if you can find it, that is a more difficult phytocannabinoid to find, especially outside of the United States, but there's a lot of work looking at CBG and it being really good for these inflammatory GI conditions. Interestingly enough, there was some work being done out of UCLA looking at adding phytocannabinoids to the GI and what it does to the microbiome. So the microbiome we know is really important for behavioral disorders in people and animals. We know it's really important for immune health. And what they found when synthetic and naturally occurring phytocannabinoids are given to the microbiome, they help produce more natural killer cells, which is really good for boosting our immune system. So a lot of interesting work. I love using these types of products for inflammatory bowel disease or syndromes in our small animal friends. Of course, we do have to be cognizant of what form we're giving it in. Don't give it to them in a treat that has some allergens in there for them. Don't give it to them in a ton of oil. Look for more concentrated products so that we're not irritating the GI with the carrier oils and ingredients of these products, not necessarily the phytocannabinoids. Next slide. When we are talking about anesthesia, there's a lot of question as to what these compounds will do for anesthesia. When we're talking about THC, we can definitely see a big decrease in how much adjunctive drugs and how much gas anesthesia we would be using in that patient. It can be similar to dexmedetomidine where they go down pretty quick and everything's fine and then they just kind of wake up. So we do have to be careful with THC, but when it comes to CBD products or CBD dominant products, I have less concern. And there's even a study that just came out this year in 2021, seeing if we could reduce how much gas you're using with CBD, and they weren't necessarily successful there. I did mention earlier that compounds like CBD can work at the opioid system receptors. And what they did find in the study is that, yeah, there was some potentiation of those opioid system receptors, but it didn't necessarily translate into decreasing how much gas anesthesia you would be using. So at this point, I don't have a lot of concerns. And like most things in anesthesia, you dose to effect, not necessarily just give a whopping dose of a particular drug. And we are constantly going to have to be titrating things throughout the procedure. Next slide. Dosing, next slide. So this, as I mentioned, has some nuance to it, and it depends on the type of product that you have available to you. So an isolate product is typically comprised of only one phytocannabinoid. So usually it's like purified CBD or purified THC or purified CBG. And what what we have found so far with isolate products as far as therapeutic benefits is for isolate products, we typically need much higher dosages compared to what are called broad and full spectrum products. Broad and full spectrum products have multiple cannabinoids in there, have flavonoids in there, have terpenes in there. Full spectrum has all the things a plant has to offer. Broad spectrum typically has THC removed, but those are the two types of products I really lean on because we need a much lower dose compared to an isolate product. And I kind of think of broad and full spectrum products like a multimodal anesthesia or multimodal analgesia plan where we use multiple different things. We can decrease the overall dose of one particular compound and hopefully mitigate some of the negative side effects related to that. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, dosing is really dependent on the endocannabinoid system tone. I am of the mindset that we should start low and go slow. So for most things, I like to start at 0.5 milligram per kilogram of total phytocannabinoids. And then the next week, I'll double that. I'll go up to 1 milligram per kilogram twice a day. And then the week after that, I'll go to 2 milligrams per kilogram twice a day. And generally around the 1 milligram per kilogram, if we're talking about things like osteoarthritis, I will see good success. But then the next week, I will go up to 2 and see if it looks better. If it doesn't look better at 2 milligrams per kilogram, I'll go back down to that 1 milligram per kilogram dose just to find that sweet spot. And this is a very important concept that we're going to have to consider with any plant-based therapies, is that you are constantly going to have to be assessing the efficacy of these products and dose increase or dose de-escalate depending on the efficacy of those particular products. Next slide. And as far as giving these particular products, as I mentioned earlier, I really like to give these products with food. We do see that the absorption is better. This is one of many studies showing this. The little graph here is an animal that was fasted versus not fasted. And again, we see much better absorption with our fed animals. Next slide. Next slide. We just talked about that. As far as MDR dogs, next slide, as far as multi-drug resistant dogs and being concerned about the buildup of these things in the CNS, when it comes to MDR dogs and it comes to our understanding of cannabinoids in particular, it doesn't look like this is going to be a big concern for us. However, because these compounds do work on our cytochrome P450, we do need to be concerned about other drugs if we have an MDR dog that is on a cannabis product. So in general, if you have an MDR dog, I would not be concerned if they're on a CBD product by themselves. But if they're on another drug at the same time, I would be a little bit more cautious. Next slide. Common drug interactions that we do see with CBD products. Benzodiazepines are probably the most dramatic that we might see. CBD definitely potentiates the effects of benzodiazepines. So if your patient is on alprazolam or midazolam, something like that, we may need to only give like 1/4 of the dose of the benzodiazepine or maybe 1/4 of the dose of the CBD product. Gabapentin, acepromazine, tramadol, trazodone, phenobarbital, we will see some transient sedation for the first couple of weeks while they're on a product. Again, you can dose increase or escalate depending on how much sedation you're seeing, but that is typically something that goes away over time and the animal acclimates to being on that product. Next slide. What are we going to do to assess some of these things? As far as negative side effects, most common, again, we see lethargy. We might see some vomiting or poor stool quality based on the carrier oils or maybe the chew that it's formulated in. That is not typically caused by the CBD in particular. Less common negative side effects we might see inappetence or pruritus, again, depending on the carrier oil or if that animal has food allergies. Inappetence is likely caused from too high of dosing or a specific terpene known as humulene. Humulene can be appetite suppressing. So again, looking at that certificate of analysis is going to be important. Rare but noteworthy side effects, we can see some hyperesthesia. So similar to like animals being intoxicated by THC, they're kind of like, they hear a little noise and they jump and they get all kind of crazy. And this also seems, at least anecdotally, to be a little bit breed specific. Brachycephalic breeds like pugs and Labradors seem to get this hyperesthesia more often than other breeds, at least in my clinical experience. Next slide. When we have an animal on these products long term, there is some general monitoring considerations that we should be thinking of. In general, next slide, I like to look at these 3 liver enzymes for all of our animals. It's great to get a baseline. It's not super necessary, but if the patient is going to be on a product for greater than 3 months, I definitely like to look at these 3, ALP, ALT, and AST. Next slide. We also can look at bile acids as well if they're going to be on these products long term, especially if there was liver concerns. And then certainly phenobarbital as well. That is something of interest, especially because CBD does have impacts on the cytochrome P450 pathway. Next slide. And then in Europe, we don't use this a lot here in the UK. I really like to test the success of these products by looking at C-reactive protein, especially for osteoarthritis, and hopefully see that C-reactive protein go down. So this is a great way to monitor to see the success of your particular patient with a product. Next slide. A lot of laboratories do have what are called inside profiles, or if the animal is on a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory for a long period of time, they have these kind of profiles made up for you already. That is a completely acceptable thing to consider for long-term monitoring if your patient is on a CBD product. And then also just one thing to be cognizant of is if your patient is on a moderate to high dose of a CBD product and they are getting surgery, there has been reports, at least in people, of increased clotting times. So if you're going to be doing a major invasive surgery and it's elective, I might say to stop the CBD product a few days before the procedure. Next slide. And with that, I am done. Again, my name is Stephen Cital. If you want to email me, you can email me through my website. We have a very active Facebook group as well. I think it has almost 10,000 veterinary professionals where we only talk about cannabis topics. And every Friday I post a new research paper and we have some discussion, or if you have questions about anything I said, you can certainly engage on that Facebook. On that Facebook, we also have the 2021 recommended brands. This is US specific. We are working on an international one. But these are products where we have evaluated certificate of analysis. We are choosing companies that hopefully have some scientific data behind their particular product as well. And then we have a textbook coming out. I'm super excited about this textbook that is being published by Springer Nature, Cannabis Therapy and Veterinary Medicine, and that is due out in April. And with that, thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions with the little bit of time I have left. Oh, I see a hand raised. I think I unmuted you. If I didn't, you can either type the question or say it out loud. Lisa.
You should be able to unmute, Lisa.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for your very interesting lecture. I think I learned a lot, especially in the gap of, I've been told this is an option, but never explained why it is an option. Do you happen to know if there's any research done in large animals as well on how efficient that is?
Yeah, so for horses specifically, there are 3 PK studies. One is done through Murray State, one is done through Colorado State, and the other one, I want to say it's through Ohio or Lincoln Memorial. I think it's Lincoln Memorial. So horses, because they are hindgut fermenters, need, for whatever reason, a lot less of these products compared, dosing-wise, compared to a cat or a dog. So like we can use a 1/10 or maybe even a 1/4 of a dose that I would use for a cat or a dog and see success with horses as far as pain control and anxiety is concerned. As far as other species, I actually, if you type in my name to like Google and you type in bovine and CBD, like I have an article in Bovine Journal on the use of biomass and cannabinoids in bovid species, porcine species, as far as increasing quality of life. There's other interesting work with these products and using the biomass and even the hemp oil from like the hemp seed to increase good triglyceride in like egg yolk in chickens to produce better quality milk and even better quality meat based on the omegas that are found in hemp seed oil itself, in addition to the therapeutic effects that we get from the phytocannabinoids. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you. I'll make sure to look it up.
All right. If there's not anything else, again, you guys have my email, stevencital.com. I'm happy to send you whatever. Again, consider joining our Facebook group because I think there's some interesting papers in there. And thank you. I love my cup as well. My friend made this for me. So have a good one, everybody. Enjoy school and be a badass vet when you're done. See you later.
Thanks everyone for hanging in there with all the technical difficulties, and thanks again to Steven. So you guys have a half an hour break and then we have bylaw hours, I believe. So enjoy the break.
I can't believe it's already the last meeting of the weekend.
And we're live.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for being on time. We're going to wait for just a couple more minutes so everyone has had enough time to join, and then we're going to get started. All right. Ina, are you back to go to the next slide?
Yes, just a second.
Awesome. Alrighty, so welcome everyone to the Bylaw Hour, aka the perfect opportunity to prepare yourself for the General Assembly. Next, for some cute kittens, I try to make it a little bit more interesting for you guys because obviously it's going to be lots of text and maybe a little bit more serious than some of the other meetings. So I added in some cute kittens to make sure you continue to be interested and motivated throughout the entire hour. So what is Bylaw Hour? Basically, is just a time for you to already start asking questions about the bylaw amendments that are going to be proposed and the constitutional amendment. All of them have already been emailed to you. If you haven't had a chance to look at them yet, don't stress out. All of them are going to be displayed, fully written on the screen. So you're going to be able to also read them when we're going through them. And then just ask some questions, and the officials and the people presenting them are going to be here to help you out and hopefully make them all clear. So the whole idea behind this is so we can save some more discussion time during the General Assembly itself. Obviously, we're going to be a bit limited on time, and with it being online, technical difficulties might only slow down the process even more. And besides us wanting to be as efficient as possible, it is also a great way for you to already get comfortable speaking up and sharing your views, as that's obviously what you're going to be doing in the General Assembly itself as well. All right, so as we're going to make sure to keep it structured, I'm going to try and time it a bit so we don't go overboard and we can just kind of cover everything. I did put the constitutional amendment last just because I think that that might be a bit more of a longer discussion. So we'll have plenty of time to go over that. And then if we need to go over time, people can either stay or not, but then at least we'll have covered everything instead of us going over the constitutional amendment for an hour and then not having spoken about all of the others. That be said. All right. Next. Okay. You need to click one more time so the kittens start to move. I added in some special effects. Look at them go. Oh, isn't that cute? Anyways, so the first amendment that we're going to be discussing is the bylaw amendment on the Code of Conduct, which is going to be proposed by me. So what I want to do is add in the following after point 1.2, so point 1.3 Code of Conduct. I'm not going to read it out loud, as I'm sure all of you can actually just read it yourselves. Basically, the whole reason for this bylaw amendment is to make the Code of Conduct an enforceable document within IVSA. So as you all know, IVSA has a Code of Conduct that just outlines the parameters of behavior and the rules of engagement that IVSA members must follow. Basically, it's just to make sure people act respectful around each other, they respect each other's cultures, they don't say rude things, because we're all here to make friends. And then this bylaw amendment is just going to make our Code of Conduct a little bit more official. It's going to make sure the EXCO can amend it, the General Assembly can amend it, and that if someone or a group of people, if they violate the Code of Conduct, that there can be consequences. All right. Now I want to open the floor up to questions. Let's see. So if you have a question, just raise your hand so I know if someone wants to speak. Also, if your question is, Meryl, I don't understand why you want to have this in our bylaws, raise your hand and ask me, because I'm more than happy to explain in other words why I think this is very important for us. Are there no questions on this bylaw amendment? I planned the full 10 minutes for this, so you might as well use it now. All right. If there's no questions now, that's fine. And we can. All right. Yeah. That's good to hear. I just hope everyone thinks it's a good idea and that you're not gonna backstab me and then all object to it at the General Assembly. Then I'd be sad, because now I can prepare myself for it mentally. All right, but Lisa thinks it's a good idea. So moving on to the next amendment. Yay, thanks guys. All right, then the next bylaw amendment is being proposed by Dorothea and people from UK and Ireland and people from IVSA SAVMA. So Dorothea, if you could maybe just please raise your hand. All right, and then I'm going to give you just a couple of minutes to quickly explain the reasons behind this bylaw amendment, and then we can open the floor up for discussion. Just a quick reminder, we have about 10 minutes for this one, so make sure to keep your introduction short and concise. You should be able to unmute yourself now. Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, this bylaw amendment started at last GA when the constitutional amendment was the first time submitted and discussed. And I had, with all the people on the amendment, a lot of discussions. And it's most about that it will still be able to have supranational member organizations, so member organizations representing more than one country in IVSA. And I think the most important point is that with this bylaw amendment, it would be possible for any supranational MO to separate so that each country can be represented on their own. For example, Canada can write SAVMA. And it points out really good how the process of forming supranational member organizations should be and how the separation should be. So it's really clarifying this for the future, and we just wanted to make sure that this opportunity is not banned from IVSA. If there would be one ever, I don't know, but maybe there will be in the future member organizations who need this. Yeah, I think the rest is really, we had a lot of explanation submitted with the bylaw amendment, and I just want to say we know that it's in contra to the constitutional amendment, and I think it's room for discussion if both of them could pass or not, or if the bylaw amendment will pass if we really need the constitutional amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothea. Yeah, so as you said, there was quite some extra explanation attached. So to everyone who hasn't read the bylaw amendments themselves yet, also feel free to kind of go through your emails and find some of the more explanational side of things. It doesn't have to be now. It's also fine if you do it after our meeting, but just make sure you're going through all of the details before the General Assembly. All right, so now I'm going to open the floor up to some questions. I already see a hand from Anya. Go ahead, Anya. Oh, wait, I need to unmute you. And then we have Lisa. Oh, yeah, Anya, you can speak.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay, so I'm Anna Titkiewicz from IVSA Krakow, Poland. For those of you who don't know me, I'm past a member organization director of IVSA Global, and I'm also the one who is currently proposing constitutional amendment to basically do not have supranational MO structure in IVSA. On the SGA in summer, I also proposed a bylaw amendment to adjust our national MO structure. This bylaw amendment passed. So I would like to explain to everyone briefly what this amendment is about, because we need to, thinking about this kind of amendments, about our structure, like the supranational bylaw amendment proposed by Dorothea right now, we need to keep in mind that our structure will change from September 2021. So the structure will not look anymore as it's looking right now. It will be a country-based structure, not MO-based structure. So we will treat every country independently, in terms of voting rights and representation on the GA. However, the local structure of MOs will be even more flexible than it is at the moment. So we will allow MOs, which will be countries, to divide themselves however they want locally, and also to collaborate with each other however they want. So supranational MOs with this very flexible local structure could technically be there, like MOs could collaborate with each other however they want on all the projects, exchanges. They could even establish some association that would have a bank account, would be legal. So they could function like a national MO. However, the only thing they could not do is vote together on the General Assembly. And this is our point, that we don't want countries to vote together as a one entity on our General Assembly, because IVSA is a political organization. And we don't feel like executive committee or even the General Assembly should define which countries should vote together and which countries could have independent voting rights. So in order to be fair and equal, we need to allow every country to have independent votes. That's why we don't want to allow supranational MO on our General Assemblies and in their recognition by IVSA Global.
All right, thank you, Anya. Then I'm gonna let Lisa go. And then maybe Dorothea, if you have some comments, you can go after that.
All right, thank you, Meryl. What I just wanted to ask, maybe directly to those who've written the bylaw amendment, it mentions in the bylaw amendment that you've had meetings with EXCO and Trust. I'm just curious, what did you discuss at that point? Because I'm pretty sure that if you had a meeting with Trust and EXCO, they would have explained to you that even if this bylaw were to pass, it will not supersede the Constitution. So if the constitutional amendment is passed, this bylaw will not have the attendant effect, I suppose. I'm just really confused as to what's going on.
Yes, I would just answer this. Yes, we had, or I had one meeting with Alvin from Trust and 2 meetings with Meryl and Nabila from EXCO, and then we had 2 more meetings with more people from UK and Ireland and SAFMA and EXCO. And yes, that's true. If the constitutional amendment will pass, there will be some difficulties, because then the constitution says that each country has their own voting right. But with this bylaw amendment, there will be the supranational MO will vote as one entity. But the constitutional amendment has to pass this GA and the next GA. And as I mentioned before, maybe if this bylaw amendment will pass, we maybe don't need the constitutional amendment anymore. So then there will be any difficulties with this. And yeah, that's why we still want to discuss about this bylaw amendment, make it easier. Maybe instead of having a vote on the constitution and change the constitution, which is a lot to process. Yeah, it may be easier to have the bylaw amendment that you can change easily as well in the future if we see that this doesn't work out. But as we see, the main point is that the members should be able to choose their own voting rights in GA, but if they choose to form a supranational MO, they choose to give up this voting right. So it's not like they are forced to give up the voting right, but they choose to give up. And they can, at each GA, they can be separated and have their own voting right again. So this is what this bylaw amendment is.
Meryl, you're on mute.
Alrighty. I mean, it happens to the best of us, doesn't it? I was going to say, first we're going to have Catherine, and then Brandon, Nabila, and Marie from Austria. I've already allowed you all to unmute yourself, so you can just continue. Catherine?
Hello, can you hear me? Does that work?
Yes.
Perfect, yeah. So in answer to Lisa's question again, like we did have meetings, and the first that I was aware of the contradictions between, which is maybe just, you know, miscommunication, was a meeting quite recently, and I hadn't realized how many complications that this bylaw could potentially cause. So in terms of that, I have a question. I don't know if you can answer it now or if it's better to leave this to GA. So when Anya was speaking about how local MOs can still collaborate, can national MOs still collaborate? Like from how it was explained, which maybe I'm just misunderstanding, is that it's fine for MOs to collaborate on a local level because the bylaw that was passed last summer allows that, but it is a more structured approach for national MOs. But I don't know, maybe that's my question. Maybe I've misunderstood that. And is it possible for someone to explain to everyone that has far better knowledge than I do of the bylaws and constitution, what the possible outcomes are, like if both of the bylaws pass, if both the bylaw and the constitutional amendment pass, if just the bylaws pass, if none of them pass, like all the possible scenarios, so that I think that people can be more informed when they're voting, because I think it's something that is really complicated to figure out by yourself if you don't know the Constitution well enough. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Catherine. If it's okay with everyone, I'm just gonna go and answer your questions. Let's see. So for the first one, so you spoke about only local MOs being able to collaborate, but that's not true. So basically within the IVSA global structure, with the constitutional amendment passing, with the bylaw amendment from past SGA passing, both only going into effect on the 1st of September, we're going to have a very flexible structure, both locally and nationally. So also national MOs are going to be able to work together. The bylaw amendment that just passed at the last SGA actually only recognizes MOs per country, and we're not going to have any local MOs anymore. It's going to be local chapters. So per definition, an MO is going to be a country, so national level, meaning that there is going to be lots and lots of opportunities for both MOs to still work together. You can pay together, you can do exchanges together. So with that being said, I would say especially for you, obviously coming from UK and Ireland, there's going to be still plenty of opportunities for you to collaborate as much as you want. And then for the different scenarios, so if only the constitutional amendment passes and this bylaw amendment doesn't pass, that means we're going to separate the supranational MOs we have. So IVSA SAFMA is going to be IVSA USA, IVSA Grenada, IVSA St. Kitts and Nevis. And then IVSA UK and Ireland is going to be IVSA UK and IVSA Ireland, and that's going to have an effect on the voting rights in the GA. It's going to have an effect on the connection they have to the MOD team, both obviously getting individual invites for regional meetings, individual contact points, etc. And it's going to have an effect on the membership fees. So that's for if only the constitutional amendment passes. Obviously, the most important thing there for all of us, coming from the proposing side of the constitutional amendment, is the fact that it's going to allow individual voting rights per country, which is a very fair way of voting, a very inclusive way of voting. Then if only this bylaw amendment passes and the constitutional amendment doesn't pass, Sorry, I'm getting a chat. Yes, every country gets calculated their own fee, but they can still pay the amount together if it's communicated to the treasurer. That's not an issue. But thanks for asking, though. If this bylaw amendment passes, the constitutional amendment doesn't pass, then all of this goes into effect. So supranationals will be able to still exist, and the GA can decide to separate them, and people can form new ones by GA approval. So everything that's written there. If both pass, as was said before, the only word I can use to properly explain the situation would be it's going to be a mess, because then the Constitution is going to contradict the current bylaws. As Dorothea already said, the Constitution is going to say there's going to be voting rights per country, and this is going to allow voting rights for a supranational together. And as mentioned before, the Constitution is going to supersede the bylaw amendment. So with the constitutional amendment passing, this bylaw amendment doesn't have any real effect. I hope that was clear enough. I'm going to give the floor to a couple of other people, and then you can comment afterwards now. All right, Brandon, Nabila, and then Marie.
Okay, can y'all hear me? Okay, so I just want to kind of reiterate something that Anya said, coming from a more external role now, because I'm out in the real world, so to speak. She mentioned about IVSA being apolitical and having kind of a standardized voting process. I think that is something very important for everyone to keep in mind, that no other organization, intergovernmental organizations such as OIE, nor the United Nations, nor even many other student organizations operate on a supranational structure. It's very odd, honestly, in the international world. And so this, by taking that away and just going off of who is a country based on what's already in our Constitution, which you can go check out, it refers to the Montevideo Convention and then the UN itself. But basically, we define what a country is, and those are who have the right to vote. It's a very simple and equitable way to divide up our rights to vote. I don't think many countries would appreciate their voting rights being combined with someone else in the United Nations or in the OIE. And I don't think IVSA should try to do the same here either.
Thank you, Brandon. Very valid points. Then next up is Nabila.
Hey, Meryl, thank you very much. There are two things that I just want to say very briefly. Number one, I think that it's my opinion that this bylaw amendment is promoting a sense of exclusivity within the IVSA, where we are trying to move towards inclusivity. There's nothing stopping anybody right now, and has never stopped anyone from collaborating with each other in a region or outside a region, between different regions, or whatever the case may be. To give up a voting right, also, I must say, I must echo what Brandon had just said. In an age where we are fighting for our voices and fighting for our voting rights, I'm not sure how to identify with the bylaw amendment where you cannot say absolutely for sure that an entire MO is okay with you giving up their voting right just like that. I don't think that that's okay. Two countries can vote both in favor, two countries can vote for and against, both against, but to give up absolutely your voting power, to me, is to give up your freedom. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nabila. I just want to say I'm doing a final call now to raise your hands after everyone who has their hands currently raised has gotten the floor, sorry. We're going to move on to the next amendment. just for time management reasons. Catherine, did you still have your hand raised or not? No, alrighty. Then Austria, Marie, you go. Okay, that's fine. I did allow you to be able to unmute yourself, but so I'm going to answer some of the questions in the chat now. So from Marie, yes, countries giving up their voting rights to become part of a supranational is a very unlikely event. I would say the impact to have a voice in an international organization by yourself for your own country, that's one of the greatest things to have. And it's not something I would ever give up personally. Obviously, that is up to everyone else. But having spoken to quite a lot of people, it is a very unlikely scenario. And then, yes, they can still collaborate as much together as they want. The only thing that would change, so I'm going to use UK and Ireland for an example now because they are a current supranational. So right now their name is IVSA UK and Ireland. If they weren't a supranational and two separate MOs, they would be called IVSA UK and IVSA Ireland. That's a difference. And yes, Nabila and Brandon suggested to not vote for this amendment. But Nabila says that she cannot tell you how to vote. So don't vote because Nabila has this opinion. Vote because you understand the reasons behind it. Whether or not you agree with it or whether you don't, that's not up to us to say. Then Lisa, you can go.
Yeah, so maybe one more short point. I've been active in IVSA over 5 years right now, so that's been a long while. And I know personally that supranational MOs in the past have really run into issues because they are supranational MOs with local engagement. For example, UK and Ireland relatively isn't as active as it could be compared to other countries, and same goes for Canada within SAVMA. It's really hard to reach out to students there, and the whole idea behind even starting a constitutional amendment with this idea is to ensure that we can reach members more locally and get more students engaged in a way that we can reach them more locally. So that's already what the previous bylaw amendment did, to create national chapters. And that's also part of the reason why supranational MOs, in my opinion, should perhaps go. So we can actually reach out to more students, which I think in the end is our entire mission.
Thank you, Lisa. Then the next one is going to be Dorothea.
Okay, I have a few things to say. First, I want to answer to Brandon. No one has to combine the voting rights with this bylaw amendment. This is all about just if they want to. So they freely decide to do this. Then it is for Nabila. I think inclusivity is to provide what's needed for everyone. And I know, of course, first of all, it's important that each MO has their own voting rights and their own voice. But if they, for whatever reason, I know, maybe they need to form a supranational MO to have a better structure, to have someone some more people involved, to have a wider range. I don't know why, but they can still do it. They don't have to. As long as they want, they can be independent. And that's what I want to say. With the bylaw amendment from last GA, there will be, as for my notice, everyone has to form national MOs. And then from this national MOs, they can, if they want to, form supranational MOs. So no one is forced to stay in a supranational MO or to form a supranational MO, just if they want to. So it's a free decision, and no one is forced to give up anything. It's just something we can still provide to give people the chance to participate if they don't know any other way. I don't want to say we need supranational MOs, and there should be some, but I still think it's important to have the possibility for the member organizations to get together even at GA. So this is just the main point. No one has to be this in the supranational MO if they don't want to, because I think the main point about the constitutional amendment is that the current situation doesn't allow supranational MOs to be separated, but with this bylaw amendment and the last bylaw amendment, the new form national member organizations could be separated from September on, and they don't have to stay in a supranational MO. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Brandon has a direct comment, so I'm going to let him go very quickly, and then we're going to have Anya, Christy, and Colin, and then I'm going to accept no more new hands, and we're going to move on to the next one. The constitutional amendment is still going to be discussed, so there's going to be somewhat an overlap between these two, as they're very much linked together. So we're not going to close off this topic just yet, just so everyone knows, everyone's clear on it. All right, Brandon, you go first.
I would just like to point out, since you mentioned me and the voting right thing, you said that this bylaw amendment would not change the voting rights. It does. It directly says that the supranational member organization will be considered as one entity in regards to their voting rights. So that means that if 2, 3, or 4 voting members who normally would have 2 votes each, they will lose those votes, and they will have to only get 2 votes as one entity, which by definition means they are giving up their right to an independent vote.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. Anya?
So I would also like to have kind of a direct comment. I believe that MOs indeed should have a free choice if they should collaborate with others or not. That's why we decided to have a more flexible structure and allow the collaboration with the bylaw amendment that will come into place from September 2021. However, I don't think it's beneficial to give a free choice for MOs to decide if they should share a vote with other countries or not. And there are a few reasons why. So first of all, this bylaw amendment suggests that the General Assembly would decide for MOs if they are allowed to share a vote with other countries or not. And I think the General Assembly should not decide on governance of local MO, since these are local matters of the MO and they should make this decision on their own. And no EXCO and no GA should literally dictate which countries would be recognized independently and which countries would be able to share a vote. In order to support the equality, I think the best would be to have an objective voting system, an objective system to recognize countries based on the Montevideo Convention as it is right now, other than based on free choice of MOs to support a political organization, which is IVSA. Another important reason is the continuity. Obviously the boards of local and national and obviously supranational MOs are changing every year. So they may have a different idea every year on how to govern their MOs. So they may bring it up to the GA every year, basically, that they want to rejoin or leave the supranational MO, which will cause a really big confusion in the voting system on our general assemblies. And we really want our voting system to be clear, consistent, and also fair. That's why we decided to have it based on countries and just allow international collaboration with the flexible structure.
All right, Christy, and then Colin, and then we're moving on to the next amendment.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. So I want to clarify if this constitutional amendment only takes effect after voting through 2 GAs with 75 majority. And I would like to ask if you plan for things to go ahead as you wrote in the explanatory documents on the last GA during our Congress in summer.
Sorry, Christy, could you repeat that question again?
Both of them or the last one? Should I repeat both of them or just the last one?
Both of what? Sorry, I'm a bit lost.
Okay, I have 2 questions. The first one is, I would like to clarify if this constitutional amendment only takes effect after voting through 2 GAs with 75 of majority, and if you're planning for things to go ahead as you wrote in the explanatory documents on last GA during summertime in our Congress.
Yeah, so a constitutional amendment to fully pass needs to be passed twice with a 75% majority, as you already mentioned. So if it passes now and if it passes again at the next event, so the Congress, that means it's passed twice, and then it's going to go into effect on the 1st of September 2021. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, and can I clarify one more time, one more thing? Yeah, like about the name as a name of the national MOs. It will remain the same and only the voting rights will change, or I mean, like, for example, for exchanges, it will go like, for example, national MO of UK and Ireland have an exchange with, for example, Greece, or it will change in that way as well. It will be like MO of UK have to have an exchange with another country, or both of them can have as a national MO an exchange. It's just an example. So basically the name will remain as a national MO, or the name national MO will removed from everything.
So you're talking about the bylaw amendment on structure that we passed at the last SGA now. So MOs are going to be national, so it's going to be IVSA Greece, and then you're going to have local chapters such as IVSA Thessaly, IVSA Thessaloniki. Usually exchanges are done between local chapters, but exchanges are, I would say, an unofficial part of IVSA. The whole recognition of MOs and countries is more about GA representation and voting rights than it actually is linked to how people can do exchanges, because as was mentioned before, everyone is very flexible to do everything they want. All right, now I'm going to give the floor to Colin. Colin? Where are you? Oh my God. Colin, I can't find you anymore. Did you lower your hand? Do you not want to say anything anymore? I don't know what's happening. Oh, there he is. All right. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't know if my mic broke or not. Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, perfect. I was just going to say, so Colin Kramer, IVSA SAVMA, as IVSA Global's largest MO, we have had meetings with Meryl and Anya and Nabila, and we believe that the best decision moving forward is to accept the constitutional amendment so that we, as a supernation right now, can allow Canada and other countries within our supranational MO the voting rights if they so choose, and that nothing changes on the local level. We have been reassured that over and over and over again, and therefore I do think this bylaw amendment would hinder that and would not be in the best decisions for IVSA Global moving forward. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking up, Colin. Then, Ina, you can move on to the next slide because we're going to go to the next amendment now. Ina?
I'm trying.
Okay. All right. So first one, we're going to do about 5 minutes on these as they're not that long, not that complicated. All right, so bylaw amendment on members' duties, which was proposed by Katerina, who was last year's wellness chair, proposed by Jordan Egan and Neil as well. Previously also by Nabila, but she has retracted her name from that ever since. So we're going to be adding in those 2 points in 10.3. From an IVSA Global perspective, this amendment feels redundant when we're also allowing the Code of Conduct bylaw amendment as they cover the same essence, basically, to ensure all of our members act respectfully to each other and that we create a safe and pleasant environment within IVSA, both in person and online. Does anyone have any questions about this? All right, I see a hand from Soraya. I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself now. Go ahead.
Hi, Soraya from IVSA Portugal. My question is, how can we, as a member organization, ensure the actions of our members? Because here in Portugal, every student enrolled in any of our local MOs, it's immediately a member. So it becomes a little difficult for us to ensure their behavior. So we can take measures after something is done, but we can't really ensure their actions and behaviors are according to this. So my issue or my question is mostly to the word ensuring their members. I don't know if I'm being clear.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree that is a very difficult point for an MO to have to ensure and to have to basically control all of their members. I'm not someone proposing this amendment, so I don't feel comfortable speaking up and maybe putting words in the mouths of the authors. But it's a very good point and definitely something that can be taken into consideration when deciding whether or not to vote on this. Then I'm going to give the floor to Constantina and then Nabila. Oh, wait, I need to unmute you first. I need to, oh, God. Sorry. Now
Okay, that's fine. Thanks. All right, it kind of makes sense, like as rules, but I wanted to ask, like, yeah, it makes sense. Also, the practical part is kind of difficult, but I want to ask, did something happen that made us wanna propose something like that? Because, like, okay, act respectfully with dignity and consideration. I mean, that's something that as people, like, we should do, and it's something that I don't know, I don't feel like we have to have like a rule about that. So I want to ask if something happened that made people want to change that and add this to those rules. I mean, if there's like a reason, if of course they can like answer that. I'm not trying to push something. I just don't understand, why do we really need this? If that's like really useful or not, that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Konstantina. The reason for this bylaw amendment was an incident that took place on the IVSA Global Facebook page after we released a survey on creating the LGBTQ community that unfortunately received quite some backlash. And that same event is also the reason why I am proposing the current bylaw amendment on the Code of Conduct. Nabila, you can go.
Thanks, Meryl. Yeah, so Soraya, that's a very good question. It was something that was brought up in the tolerance workshop that we had yesterday, ever so slightly, and it was also brought up in the EO meeting that we had today. So I brought up the fact that like IVSA Global and the officials are like a representative sample of our members, and then our national boards are representative of our local MOs and our general members. So we're all representatives of each other. There is no right now that I can say absolute way that you can monitor every single member of yours. This is true. However, there are times where I think if you, like, it's very difficult to monitor every member's action, but I think maybe the idea here is if you do see something wrong, how to go about fixing that or finding a solution for that. So I think maybe don't feel too overwhelmed with like, oh my gosh, now how am I gonna figure out how to be responsible for all of these people? I don't even know, like, many of them. If you see something wrong in your MO, be ready and available and like accommodating to want to help with the problem. And don't feel alone, because the MOD team is here if you are struggling. It is something new. It is something the whole global family is facing. So please feel free to chat to us if you need to.
Thank you, Nabila. Daniel?
Hey everyone, I think y'all should be able to hear me now. If not, just let me know.
Can hear you.
All right, so first point of order. Regarding the points 7 and 8 here, we already include a lot of this in the Code of Conduct, which will be updated on a regular basis. And there is another bylaw amendment proposed to make EXCO able to enforce the Code of Conduct. We just talked about it earlier. So I would like everyone to keep that in mind. Secondly, I would like to point out that for larger member organizations, such as SABMA, who has 15,000 members, or Denmark with over 1,000 members, ensuring that our members don't post anything, any public videos or anything else is not just virtually impossible, it's literally impossible to maintain. And I would just like everyone to keep that in mind when they vote.
All right, thank you. Nabila?
Thanks, Meryl. Please excuse, it's just the call to prayer in the background if you hear it. So I just also want to clarify, this bylaw amendment was written with the purest intentions by the people who have written it. Please don't feel like there was any antagonistic or any negative mindset that anybody was in. It's like extremely beautiful people that wrote this. The reason that I had taken my name off this bylaw amendment, personal opinion, was just I felt exactly what Daniel was saying. There is a code of conduct already, which we have just recently amended to basically include these points, and then the later, like what Daniel said, the bylaw amendment we're chatting about to sort of allow us to enforce based on that code of conduct, like to marry the two. That's what I would go for right now. But yeah, like I say, it's basically, you know, it's all the same intentions. Everybody's got the same intentions here.
All right, thank you, Nabila. Daniel, do you still have your hand up or not? I think no. Thank you. All right, Sigita, to answer your comment in the chat, if there's people from a certain political party, if only people from one specific political party can join, then please email your regional representative, please email your MOD, because those are inclusivity issues, and we as IVSA Global will do everything we can to set that straight. Then, as I see no more hands, Ina, you can move on to the next amendment. All right, so this amendment is proposed by the exact same people. They were proposed together as well as the previous bylaw amendment. So if anyone else wants to add anything new to this, that's absolutely fine. But the fact still stands that the bylaw amendment on the code of conduct, as well as these two, have the same purpose in general. Brandon?
I'll just make a quick comment here for everyone to kind of think about this as we go into the GA in a couple weeks. From a standpoint of adjusting the bylaws to make them easy to read and understand, which is a struggle sometimes for us, I would recommend not adding in all these extra things that kind of mean the same thing. I would kind of pick one and stick with it. So I'm kind of on that same train of thought where Daniel and Nabila have both mentioned, to go with the one that kind of combines everything, adds a little bit of power to it, lets EXCO enforce it a little bit, which would mean that we would vote this one and the previous one down, or the authors are always welcome to withdraw them as well. But I just wanted everyone to kind of keep that in mind, that one day when we are not here to explain everything to you, there are going to be people that are trying to read the bylaws and be like, what does this mean? Why is this here? What, you know, so keeping it simple and easy to read is also important.
All right, thank you so much. As I'm not seeing any more hands, please raise your hand now if you still have any questions about this. If not, then we can move on to the... I'm also trying to read the chat at the same time. All right, move on to the next one. Ina, I think that's the constitutional amendment. Ooh, first there's some kitties. There it is. All right. So the constitutional amendment is being proposed by a whole bunch of people who are all currently here. So that's Anya, previous MOD, and then we have Elwin and Brandon, past presidents, by me as well, by Javier, our current Latin America regional rep, and by Laure, our current Europe regional rep, and also Nabila, who is the current MOD. So the constitutional amendment basically strikes out the following, what's written on the screen, and that means that we're going to separate supranational MOs. Ina, if you can just go to the next screen, because that one explains basically what it's going to do and what it's not going to do as well, because obviously last SGA we managed, well, we saw quite some misconceptions about the constitutional amendment, and that's why we also made sure to include as much information on it as possible this time to make sure that there aren't going to be any more misunderstandings about this or any of the consequences that our constitutional amendment may have. I would like you all to obviously read this. It's also in the document that was sent to you, so don't panic. You can still go and read it after this as well. Just make sure you read it before the GA. And now I want to open the floor up to discussion about the constitutional amendment. Also to clarify, as was mentioned previously, the constitutional amendment goes directly goes directly against the bylaw amendment by Dorothea. All right, Dorothea, you can speak.
Yeah. Can you go to the previous slide, please? I have a question for the sentence. Yes, because as I read, there is written any supranational veterinarian student organization and not any supranational member organization. So could you please explain the difference between these words? Because for me, it sounds like it's a different kind of setting.
Sorry, could you repeat that really quick?
Yeah. So there's written any supranational veterinarian student organization and not any supranational member organization. And for me, these two phrases sound differently, because any supranational veterinarian organization sounds for me like an organization like SAFMA, like, I don't know, the German veterinarian student organization or whatever. And member organization is part of IVSA. So as I see, with striking out this, it's not forbidden for supranational member organization. I just want you to point out the difference, or if there is no difference between member organization and any organization.
So technically, they can only become a member organization after the approval of the General Assembly. So then they would be a supranational member organization. The whole point of striking out that part of the Constitution, it would remove the word supranational from our Constitution. It is never mentioned anywhere in the bylaws, which means supranationals itself, the word, it doesn't exist anymore in IVSA, and that's the whole purpose for us, so we can separate the current supranationals into different individual MOs, so they can have their own voting rights and their own membership fees and their own MOD contact points.
Can I just respond to this directly?
Sure.
But then wouldn't it be enough to strike out supranational from the Constitution?
No.
I'm just curious, because you want to strike out the whole sentence, but then with your explanation, it would be enough to strike out supranational, and then the Constitution would say any veterinarian student organization.
Yeah, thank you, Ina, for going back. No, because it's not, well, the word supranational by definition means more than one country. So then all of the other sentences don't make sense anymore. So it's the whole fact that there's going to be, even if there's one veterinary student organization, if it represents more than one country, it's already supranational. That means there's not going to be voting rights per country anymore, which is the way we want it to. So crossing out the word supranational won't work. I know in some countries, the national student associations have quite strong ties to their IVSA MOs. they work together. They have board members overlapping. At least that's the way it is in Belgium and in the Netherlands, as far as I know. But that doesn't mean that those national student associations can just become IVSA member organizations. I hope that was clear enough, but as is written, there is quite some things about more than one country, and that's the basic definition of supranational law. And then Mary, I'm going to allow you guys to unmute yourself now.
Yeah, technically what I wanted to say was very simple, and I've ended up putting it in the chat. It's just that we can't simply cross out supranational because the way the Constitution is phrased, the preceding paragraph, so the paragraph just before, explains how a veterinary student organization may apply to represent one country. So if we want to get rid of supranationals as an institution, because that is what we are trying to do in order to be more inclusive, we need to get rid of the paragraph and not just the word.
Thank you, Laura. Mary?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Cool. So I just sort of, I guess it's almost more of a question, because I know that in the last one for the bylaw, we talked about that you can still have, like, so SAVMA, for instance, could still support IVSA USA and IVSA Canada and the Caribbean schools if they wanted to. And I guess the same would apply for UK and Ireland. The, IVSA UK could help support IVSA Ireland. My only slight issue with that is that, in theory, I mean, everybody who is part of this organization right now, I'm sure is fantastic, but in theory, if at any point IVSA US decided that they wanted a certain bylaw to pass, they could be like, well, we're not going to pay for you, Canada, if you don't vote our way. So in theory, these places that are paying for more than one country sort of almost have more than one vote, which would be just a concern with it. I don't know if that's really addressed in this Constitution. I know that's sort of like a theoretical that we hope would never happen, but that would be my worry, would that be that if one person or one country is paying for several and they get more than one vote, then that sort of seems unfair, but maybe I'm mistaken.
All right, thank you for your comment. Lauren says, sounds illegal to me, winky face. Thank you for your contributions, Lauren. Does anyone have any other comments they want to make? All right, seeing a clarification come in. I would just like to clarify, if both the constitutional amendment and the bylaw amendment pass, supranationals as well as the bylaw amendment will be eliminated. Well, the bylaw amendment would still be in our bylaws, but supranationals would have to separate. They would have to vote individually, so the whole purpose of the bylaw amendment is no longer valid. It's not going to work just because the two are contradictory. Mary, did you still have a hand, or if you want to lower it?
No, sorry, that was my
fault. Right. No, that's fine. That's fine. Dorothea?
Yes, I just want to comment on the question in chat. As far as I know, and as far as we spoke at the last meeting with EXCO, then with both the constitutional amendment passes and the bylaw amendment passes, supranational MOs will be still allowed for the bylaw amendment, but they would be voting SGA as two countries. So they would have, or 3 countries or 4 countries, they would have more voting weeks. So they will form a supranational MO, but they will recognized by GA and the fees as separate countries.
Let's see. Alwyn, I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself, and then Anya.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. Elf Noldor, IVSA the Netherlands. So, Dorothea, if I understand what you just said correctly, you're saying that if the bylaw amendment passes, countries will be allowed to vote together? I mean,
no, no, they won't be. If both you said this to me, if
yes,
both
that it won't be. That is indeed the idea.
Yeah, they won't be able to vote together, but they still can form a supranational MO. What doesn't make sense then, but that will be still possible.
Yes, so as I said in the mail, it will become a mess basically, because there's things that go against each other in the Constitution and the bylaws, and then the Constitution supersedes it. So maybe technically they would be allowed to make a supranational MO, but what then constitutes a supranational MO? Because, yeah, they won't be allowed to vote together, for example. So supranational MO is only a term, and what you can do with that is something different. So, yeah, it depends, as I said in the email as well, it depends on what you want to achieve with the bylaw amendment, what you need to write, basically. And if you want to achieve, like, supranational MOs, basically, as in the way that we have them now, you're going to either have to change the Constitution, like, more than the constitutional amendment, or go against the constitutional, like, vote against the constitutional amendment the way it is proposed right now, so that the Constitution stays the same. But with just a bylaw amendment, you're going to get a very different outcome.
All right, thank you, Alwyn. Anya, I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, currently there are only two main reasons why the supranational MOs are there. One of them is to be able to collaborate together on a local and national, supranational level and do projects together. And the other is voting on our general assemblies. We believe that supranational MOs should not share a vote in the General Assembly. So this is something we want to get rid of by the constitutional amendment. On the other hand, the collaboration on the supranational level will still be allowed because of the new flexible MO structure that will come in place in half a year from September 2021. So basically, if both of those points are covered, I don't see a reason for the bylaw amendment at the moment.
All right, thank you, Anya. Does anyone else have any other comments to make about the constitutional amendment? Dorothea, you can go.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to say that I'm kind of really confused because most of these arguments and against the bylaw amendment and in favor for the constitutional amendment never were communicated to me or the people I was working on the bylaw amendment with before we submitted it. I know there were a few because I had meetings with Nabila and Meryl, but it was never so precisely described what kind of issue and mess it's going to be. I just wanted to say that it's really put me in a strange situation here to explain everything when Xcode didn't explain for me beforehand. Also, they knew I was working on the bylaw amendment.
All right. Thank you for pointing that out, Dorothea. I do apologize if you feel like the Exco has been lacking in support. From our side, we obviously have tried to set up meetings. As you said, you've had meetings with us, you've had meetings with Elwyn. I know for a fact Elwyn has sent you quite a detailed email explaining the repercussions and all of the consequences of the bylaw amendment, the constitutional amendment, and all different scenarios. So I am sorry that you've experienced some miscommunication, misunderstandings. If you want to have another meeting between right now and the General Assembly to discuss this more, to see how you want to progress with your bylaw amendment, please know you can always reach out to me and I am available for a meeting. Nabila? Oh, I need to allow you to unmute yourself. Go.
Thank you, Meryl. To Dorothea, I also do apologize if you feel as though you haven't gotten the support that you needed in terms of the bylaw amendment and understanding the constitutional amendment. However, what I will say is that we went out of our way to really schedule meetings with all the supranationals, with you, and we really did do our best. Literally, some of the stuff that's been said now, if not all of it, has been said previously in different ways. So if we haven't communicated it properly, the most I can do right now is apologize as sincerely as I'm saying it. You are IVSA family to all of us, no matter what happens, and every supranational, every member here is family, no matter how many times we disagree. But I must say that we really did our best to tell you exactly what we're saying now.
All right. Are there any more hands in regards to the constitutional amendment? If not, then Ina, you can move on to the final slide. So we've gone over all of our amendments. I have some closing comments to make. Another click so we can see the cute kitties. Awesome. Look at them flying into the screen. All right. So just a couple of things. If you have any questions, Catherine Ross already has a question. I will allow you to unmute yourself after I have said everything I wanted to say. If you have more questions, all of the officials have been trying to start up their body chats already. So please know that you have your experts at hand. Text them in your buddy chats and then they will be able to explain further. Please do make sure to read over all of the constitutional amendments, all of the bylaw amendments, and all of the explanations that they have as they have been sent to your email inbox. There will be another reminder email as well in the upcoming week. So everything's going to be very well accessible to all of you. There's going to be a meeting for all voting delegates next week, Saturday on the 20th. I do want to remind you all again, to all voting delegates, please be there, as we need you to be prepared so you actually know how to vote on these things and how to present your country. That's very important. Then one more thing from the MOD side, as in yesterday's icebreaker, you guys had to say learn to say some sentences in other languages. So if you want to just record yourself saying, I'm excited for the symposium in someone else's language and in your own, send it to the MOD page, post it on your Instagram story, tag IVSA MOD, and then they can repost everything or they can just post it for you. So we're going to have a really great intercultural thing going on. So that's going to be fun. And one last thing, Ina, can you move on to the next slide? Please fill out our survey on discrimination by the Task Force on Diversity, Equity and Inclusivity. So we have a new task force. You can find their update in the delegates drive in a couple of days, and they've just released a survey on discrimination amongst veterinary students. This is not just about yourself being discriminated, but also about seeing others being discriminated in their groups of friends, in their universities, at IVSA events, how you think IVSA can improve. And we are going to take all of your answers into consideration, and we're going to use it to make IVSA as inclusive and diverse as we can be. So if you're not a minority, if you haven't experienced discrimination yourself, please don't let it hold you back, because your opinion still matters on the topic. Alrighty, that really was everything from my side. As I said, please guys, use your buddy chats. We have officials ready to help, ready to give out information. And then I want to thank you all for being here, especially to all of my Asian members or from Australia. I know it's super late for you guys, so it is very much appreciated. And then voting delegates, I will see you all on Saturday. And to all the other delegates, I'm going to see you in 2 weeks when we have our real General Assembly. Awesome. Bye, guys. Love you. See you soon. Mwah.